as our sub-team, climate change, sustainability, and biodiversity. And the first paper we'll be listening to is Climate Change, Sustainability and Biodiversity, Resilience and Adaptation in Irrigation and Drainage, Sustainable Resources Used and Renewable Energy. Topic. Please, Professor Idris. Just use 30 seconds to introduce yourself, where your university, your name, your university or research institute. Give us one more mic. Do you have one? We can use this one. No.
There are people online. I can see from here. Thank you very much. My name is Idris Audu. I am from the University of Maiduguri. I am a professor of agricultural engineering. The topic, like the chairman said, climate change. Okay. Climate change, sustainability, and biodiversity, resilience and adaptation in irrigation and drainage, sustainable resource use and renewable energy. This is a very big topic, like the chairman said. I've tried to streamline it and try to make sense of it. And next slide, please. I hope this is not taking my time. So I have tried to streamline this big topic into these sub headings. Introduction, we will look at climate change and sustainability, and then we will look at strategies for mitigating climate change and promoting sustainability, climate change and biodiversity, impact of climate change on irrigation and drainage, resilience and adaptation in irrigation and drainage, climate change in relation to renewable energy, efficiency in irrigation and drainage, sustainable resource use and biodiversity, protection and drainage, protection in irrigation and drainage. And we will look at the global and Nigeria's efforts in combating climate change. And under that, we will look at what are the global efforts and what Nigeria is doing. By way of introduction, climate change refers to significant change in the global climate, such as the precipitation and temperature, the averages of which have been computed over a long period. Many studies have taken place over the years and in various places. Please go back. We'll look at the climate change largely is driven by human activities, particularly the agriculture, burning of fossil fuels, deforestation, and industrial practices that release greenhouse gases, such as carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, that alter the composition of the global atmosphere. These gases trap heat, leading to greenhouse effect, which causes the Earth's average temperature to rise. These are some of the examples of natural greenhouse effect. Oh, Prof. Good morning, sir. Thank you. So if you look at this, the greenhouse gases, naturally, they are this thin under natural condition, but when it is affected by human interference, the thickness increases. You look at the red border here, and what it does, it traps heat, and it doesn't allow heat to escape into the atmosphere, and that increases the temperature and other effects on the ground. Next slide. This is one of the results of a research carried out by some researchers, and the carbon dioxide emission has increased over the years, at least I think more than 2 per decade. The equation there describes how it has changed over the years. It has been increasing the carbon dioxide emission in the atmosphere. Next slide, please. So also is the temperature and precipitation. If you draw a trend line here, you will see that there is increase in temperature over the years. The rainfall also, there is a slight increase, but it is very erratic. That is one of the effects of climate change. Next. Urbanization and changes in land use can also alter the land surface and its ability to reflect and absorb sunlight. Climate change also affects, some of the effects include rising sea levels, extreme weather events such as droughts, floods, storms, etc. There will be disruption in the ecosystem. There will be loss of biodiversity, ocean acidification and rising temperatures, melting ice and melting glaciers in the polar regions and the rest. Next slide, please. Studies have shown that most adverse effects of climate change will be in developing countries, where populations are most vulnerable and least likely to easily. To address these challenges, resilience and adaptation strategies become critical in managing environmental resources efficiently while maintaining biodiversity. Integration of renewable energy sources into irrigation practices has become a critical strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, lower operational costs, and promote sustainable use of irrigation water management. So this, by way of introduction, we have highlighted some of the effects and problems of climate change. So, this paper will look at intersection of climate change, sustainable resource use, and biodiversity protection in the context of irrigation and drainage. Please. Okay. Strategies. We will also look at strategies for mitigating climate change and promoting sustainability. We'll also look at the impacts of climate change on global irrigation and drainage systems and the need for strategies to improve resilience and adaptation. We'll look at the role of renewable energy in enhancing system resilience and the need for integration of biodiversity protection in irrigation planning. We will also look at the global efforts in combating climate change and also Nigeria's efforts in combating climate change. Climate change and sustainability. Climate change and sustainability are interconnected. Climate change is one of the major challenges of the world in present times. The changes are known to have adverse effect on agricultural production, as we have said in the introduction, and are projected to reduce the global cereal production of maize and wheat by 3.8%, and maize is 3.8%, and wheat is reduced by 5%. 65%. This is according to some researchers that have been carried out in 2011. The carbon dioxide constitutes a major proportion of greenhouse gases. So of the major greenhouse gases, methane, carbon dioxide, and nitrous oxide, carbon dioxide is the major problem there. It is constituting about 65%. 65% from fossil fuels and industrial processes, and 11% from forestry and other land use, while the concentration of methane, nitrous oxide, and fluorinated gases are these values 16, 6, and 2% respectively. The infrared active gases, mainly carbon dioxide, ozone, and water vapor, are responsible for the greenhouse effect. Now, let's look at the climate change and sustainability. Sustainability is the ability to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainability is essential in addressing climate change. It encompasses three key pillars, that is environment, economic, and social sustainability. Environmental sustainability focuses on preserving natural ecosystems and resources, while economic sustainability promotes practices that ensure long-term economic health without environmental degradation. And social sustainability aims to create inclusive and equitable societies. Efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, conserve ecosystems, and promoting the use of clean energy are fundamental to both sustainability and climate change.
5 minutes.
Sustainability offers a pathway for societies to adapt to and mitigate the effects of climate change by promoting practices that are ecologically sound, economically viable, and socially equitable. Please. Now, what are the strategies for mitigating climate change? One is transition to renewable energy. Here, when we transit to renewable energy, it will reduce reliance on fossil fuels and shifting the renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, and hydropower. This is one of the strategies to mitigate climate change. And reduce the emission of greenhouse gases and promote cleaner and more sustainable energy. And it also contributes to sustainability by reducing resource consumption. The second mitigating strategy is reforestation and afforestation. Forest trees absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Strategies for mitigating the climate change and preserving biodiversity. These are examples of renewable energy sources: hydropower, wind energy, biomass, solar, geothermal, and the rest. Next slide, please. The third strategy is sustainable agriculture and land use. Practices such as agroforestry, organic farming, and manure application can reduce emissions, improve soil health, and preserve biodiversity. The fourth mitigating strategy is circular economy, aimed at minimizing waste and promoting the recycling and reuse of materials, reduce the environmental impacts of production and consumption. Now, climate change and biodiversity have a cyclical, reciprocal relationship. Biodiversity refers to the variety of life on Earth. It plays a critical role in minimizing the health of ecosystems and mitigating the effects of climate change. Healthy ecosystems, such as forests, reduce the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And these are pictures that try to buttress those points that I've said. Climate change, on the other hand, is a major driver of biodiversity loss. The alteration of ecosystems through changing temperature patterns, sea level rise, and extreme weather events has placed many species of risk of extinction. Biodiversity loss, in turn, exacerbates climate change by reducing the Earth's capacity to absorb carbon dioxide and maintain ecosystem services such as clean water, fertile soil, and pollination. These are examples of the extremes of weather as a result of climate change. Please, next slide. Climate change and water quality, it affects water quality also. This is an example of the effects of climate change. Next slide.
You have a minute to round up.
The impact on drainage, on irrigation and drainage. Shortage of water, decline in soil fertility, pest infestations in crops are the significant undesirable impact of climate change. For water availability, variability in precipitation. Climate change leads to unpredictable rainfall patterns, causing both droughts and in the extreme end of the spectrum, drought and flood, a lot of water. So climate change is responsible for that. There will be change in hydrology as impacts on groundwater level, water temperature, river flow, and water quality of lakes are affected. Glacial melt, reduced water availability in regions dependent on glacial meltwater. This is one of the impact of climate change on irrigation and drainage. Over irrigation, inefficient drainage can lead to water logging and poor soil erosion and damage to root systems. Extreme weather events. The frequency of extreme weather events, such as floods and droughts, like I have said earlier, have increased globally. Impact on soil health. These changes in irrigation and drainage practices in response to climate change can also exacerbate soil erosion, salinization, and degradation.
Conclusion. Conclusion, please.
Oh, yes. So these are examples on soil health and the rest. Next slide. Efficient use of water, application of smart irrigation technologies, such as advanced technologies such as soil moisture sensors, remote sensing, automated irrigation system, enable farmers to monitor water availability and soil conditions. Internet of Things, irrigation, where agricultural lands can leverage the letter G connectivity technologies on wide fields and manage processes like irrigation on a smart and effective manner. Automated irrigation systems are example that can ensure and receive the right water appropriately. Rainwater harvesting is another strategy that, please, next slide. These are examples of drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigation. This is to get the effect of climate change.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please give him a round of applause. As we are just starting, our father, grandfather, Professor F.A. Adeniji came in. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, please, take your seat. Please, let us take the next two papers. Don't forget your questions or comments. We'll then take comments and questions after the first three papers. We are running out of time. Please. Next paper is by Professor Maina. Is he around?
Yes, I'm around, sir.
Okay.
Huh?
Your time is running.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. My name is Engineer Mohammed Maina from Bayero University, Kano. I have a presentation on assessment of irrigation potentials and design of irrigation system for Dembo Dam in Kazaure in Jigawa State. This is a project we undertook to assess the potential or uses of the dams. In Jigawa State, there are several small earth dams which has been constructed about 4 decades ago, and most of which has not been put into use. Some have dilapidated so much that it has silted up, poor maintenance, and so on and so forth. So for this dam, we assess, because the state government has intention of reviving and put into use. The presentation goes like this normally. By introduction, food demand is on the rise in the country. As we all know, the population is increasing, so there's a need to expand dry season farming by developing the downstream sector, especially in underutilized dams. And Dembo Dam is one of the underutilized dams in Jigawa State. And to tackle this worsening situation, an increase in food production in Nigeria is necessary. So irrigation is one of the important and in many areas indispensable input to obtain this increase. There are several small out dams in Jigawa, like I said, but have been grossly underutilized as there was no proper irrigation infrastructure, especially the downstream aspect of it. Where such exist, they have been damaged or were abandoned. So leading to completely poor utilization of the water resource. The main objective is to assess this irrigation potential of Dembo Dam. Like I said, Dembo Dam is situated in Kazaure local government in Jigawa State for its proper utilization. So how did we assess the dam? Well, the dam is built on a floodplain river valleys where topography is relatively flat. And the depression along the floodplain allows certain creation of reservoirs by impounding water behind the dams. This is the image of Dembo Dam. So you can see the area we propose for the irrigation downstream of the dam. But we will say a little more on how we arrive at that. Dembo Dam is located northwest of Jigawa, a small tributary of the main river draining the area. And the dam is built on a floodplain river valleys where topography is relatively flat, and the depression along the floodplain allows the creation of reservoir by impounding water behind them, like I said. Sorry, can you move this slide? Because next. Yeah. So to assess the physical infrastructure of the dam, we did assess that by visual inspection first, various components of the dam to identify and certain conditions for proper evaluation of the entire structure. We use dipping methods to assess the reservoir capacity, active capacity, dead storage, and for possible to understand the level of siltation of the dam. And remote sensing was also used to estimate the catchment area, drainages, and topography, including the surface area of the dam. This is to give us an idea. We also look at the chronologically, how the dam surface area has been reducing or expanding, as the case may be. So after that, we obtain this information. The dam components as measured, the crest level of the dam. All these measurements were in meters and is above mean sea level. The crest level, 425.41, spillway level, 422.51 meters. Offtake level, 418.11. And then we discovered the active depth at peak level is 4.4 meter. The storage area at peak, 72 hectares. That's the surface area of the dam. Current average depth, 1.29. That is at the time we conduct this study. It was around January.
1 minute to round up.
Wow. Okay. So total reservoir capacity is about 4,096,800, and active capacity in volume 3,168,000, and then the available active capacity of the dam is about 1,519,000. Can you next slide? So the Dembo Dam watershed area consists of large drain into the river where all surface water drains to the common outlet. This is the catchment, because the image on the picture there shows the catchment and all the drainages in the catchments to the dam. Yeah, next. So this is the soil type. We also did assess the soil. The soil type is sandy loam, and average annual rainfall out the area 732 millimeter, and estimated runoff 208.5 millimeter. The catchment area 14,176 hectares for the reservoir, and then we do the annual volume from the catchment in cubic meter is 2,961,368 cubic meter. That's the total amount drained. So this is the irrigable land in red, where we estimate the total area that we could use to irrigate using this small app there.
Thank you.
Next. So physical characteristics of the soils. Next, I think this is for the soil. This fall within the normal condition of most plant growth, however acidic. So we conclude by the assessment of dam was concluded, and the design document was not could not be assessed. However, physical assessment indicated that the dam was heavily silted and may require desilting. The spillway is in good shape, even though it requires some maintenance. Since the silting trash has eroded, the dam current water level of the time assessment is this, above mean sea level. Irrigable land was assessed for suitability of establishing scheme. It was discovered that there was arable land downstream to be exploited. About 126 hectares were available for cultivation. However, about 120 was designed for the scheme. And this was possible due to the amount of water available to harness in the dam. So these are the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's keep to the time allotted to us, please. Thank you. Presentation is by Oluwaseun. Is Oluwaseun around? Oluwaseun Elijah. I said 3. We'll take 3, and then the last 2. Yes, because we have 5 of them on. See, are available? Elijah.
Yes, sir.
Talk to us now.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm here.
Your time starts now. Keep on talking. Keep on talking to us.
All right. My name is Onofwa Oluwaseun Elijah. I'm here to present on
Use the mic.
effects of drip irrigation schedules on soil temperature and cucumber yield. All right. Next slide. All right. My name is Onofwa Oluwaseun Elijah. I'm here to present on effect of drip irrigation schedules on soil temperature and cucumber yield. All right. Water scarcity intensified by climate change challenges agriculture, and this we all know it has resulted into rising temperature, and it has also caused, but first we know that rainfall is highly stochastic in nature, so we have issue of erratic rainfall, which does not allow farmers to plan very well, especially in tropical regions like Ogumosho, Nigeria. Now, Ogumosho receives about 1,200 millimeters of annual rainfall and temperature of 26 degrees Celsius, and this necessitates sustainable irrigation practices. And cucumber, as we know, is economically valuable in Nigeria, but the problem with cucumber is that it's water intensive and it's also very, very sensitive to stress as a result of its shallow fibrous root system. Now, Now, we have traditional irrigation methods like the surface irrigation, wastewater through runoff and deep irrigation, reducing efficiency. Deep irrigation delivers water directly to the root zone. We know that it's a way for us to maximize water because it just supplies water. It's through a localized system where water is supplied just at the point where it's needed. We know that drip irrigation helps to minimize waste and also sustain crop production. Now, this research addresses the critical need for efficient irrigation strategy to adapt to water scarcity and climate change, because we know that we don't have so much water, we have limited water resources, so we want to see how much we can get from these limited water resources, just like what was said yesterday, talking about more crop per drop. Now, these are the research objectives. We have two major factors. We want to vary irrigation depth and irrigation interval. We're going to do that at 4 soil depths. We have 3 irrigation depths, but we are varying that at, want to check that at 4 soil depth, looking at the soil temperature. Now, the main objective is to want to see the optimal strategy, balancing irrigation depth and irrigation interval that will help us to maintain high yield. So definitely what we are trying to just look at is about deficit irrigation. How much less water can we supply without so much penalty in terms of crop yield. Next. So we had our experiment, split plots design. Then these are the factors. We varied irrigation depth. We had 3 of them, 100, 85, and 70. The irrigation interval, we had 1, 2, 3 days. Then we had, we used Darina F1 variety, which is one of the variety that is used in the area. Then we had soil temperature management and, soil temperature measurement, and we had a use. So these are the things. This soil there was sandy loam and all of that. So next slide. So when we did that, we had some results. This is not so clear, sorry about that, but what we have on the top are the readings and the values for the different irrigation depth. What we had under is for the irrigation interval. It's not so clear, but maybe when we get to the discussion page, I'm going to explain better. Can we move to the next slide? Then these are some of the other results at different depths, 10 to 15, and 15 to 20 soil depth as well. All right, for the yield, which is, we are so very much interested, we could see overall for the irrigation interval, we could see that we have the I2. I2 means irrigation every 2 days gave the highest yield, though it wasn't significantly different. Irrigation depth too, we could see that the depth of which is expected, 100% crop evapotranspiration gave the highest. Then when we look at the interaction between both, we see the interaction between both. Also in a way expected, you see D1 I1, which is the 100% ETC with irrigation every day, have the highest. But you could see some other interesting, for example, if you look at some others, you see that it's not so significant different from where we have D2 I2 there. You could see that. So all of those things are the things we wanted to check at the end of the day if we could go about with reduced amount of water without so much yield penalty. Move forward, please. All right, this correlation. Please, we can move forward. All right, so from those graphs, you could see that reduced irrigation, which is at D2. D2 is 85% ETC, 70% ETC, and irrigation every 3 days. So it means that instead of us to supply water every day, we could do that once in 3 days at this irrigation depth, and we could get comparative results. So the soil layer, that's the top soil layer, exhibited less variation, and this was because of as a result of rapid evaporation cooling. Full irrigation maximized yield at, that's the value there, 9,774 kilogram per hectare. But we could see that for 70% ETC, that is giving the crop 70%, just 70% of what it would normally require, with sustained yield at 8,025 kilogram per hectare. So then daily irrigation, which is supplying water every day, stabilized temperature, prevented spikes that could harm yield function and nutrient uptake in the
A
10
minute
to
more.
20 cm zone. So what is our conclusion from the experiment? What's the conclusion? So the conclusion, deficit irrigation at 70% ETC yielded this, which is 8,000 kilogram per hectare, which is only 8.9% below the D1, which is the 100% ETC. So if you could see that the difference is not so much, just about 8.9%. But when you want to compare that with the pumping cost and the issue of water, you know, we have scarce water, you discover that it makes much meaning. So the optimal strategy combining D3 but D1 balances high yield with reduced efficiency in water scarce region. All right, so in future, we are looking at the long-term impact just on the soil health and test these strategies across different locations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Give me a round of applause. It's now time for comments or questions, or both. Comments and questions. Yes, Professor Itwange. Your hand was up first. Where is the mic? Even the microphone, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question is for the first
Can we
presenter.
have? Can we be quiet, please?
The first presenter. And I speak as a farmer. Are we at the mercy of this thing you call climate change? Is it that all we have to do as farmers is either adapt to it or see how we can mitigate the effects of climate change? Is that the situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Any other question? Professor Muhyiddin. Yeah. We'll take like 3, and then you can respond.
Thank you, Chairman. My question goes to the first presenter. One of the strategies is to look at drip system, you said. But what about the surface system of irrigation? This is our main focus of large-scale irrigation projects. What is the strategy for that? Thank you. Can we take questions for other questions?
Yeah, just
Okay.
answer your
For
question.
the second presenter, in your design of the system, of the irrigation system, you talked about the dipping method of determining the storage capacity. What did you use in terms of floating device? Do you get my point? Thank you. And then for the drip system presenter, I want to know whether you characterized your drip system, because you need to know the emitters, how they are performing. That is one. Secondly, what design did you use? Because you mentioned split plot. What was in your main plot? What are the factors of consideration? And what are the levels of those factors? Thank you.
Very much. Can we have responses for this?
Thank you. I think the first one is from Professor Itwange. How to adapt to climate change in your area. The way forward is to try to adapt. If you are faced with a lot of drought, you look at how to conserve water, the limited water you have. If there is drainage, if there is too much water, you have to look at drainage, how to manage drainage and the rest. And for lack of water,
Can you get
there are many efficient ways irrigation that can conserve water. For example, the drip irrigation. And this leads to what Professor Oyebode was saying. Drip irrigation strategies and surface irrigation strategies. Drip irrigation itself is very efficient and it uses water efficiently. There is no wastage. Even evaporation is reduced to the barest minimum. And drainage, deep drainage is also out of the way. You are applying water, exact quantity of water to the plant. So if you don't use that in your area where you are using surface irrigation, this is where you use a lot of water and there is a lot of wastage in surface water, both downwards and upwards, evaporation and deep drainage. So the best thing is to move to smart agriculture, precise irrigation. You look at some sensors when the plant needs water, and it will tell you, and you will apply water when it is required. You don't have to apply more than what is required. So this is one of the strategies to use in irrigation where you use a lot of water. Thank you. Maybe I may not have said, maybe there are some other people who can help me in that direction. They are welcome to do that. Thank you. You want to say something?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Idris. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Regarding the question of what tool did we use for the dipping method, we use graduated staff because the dam is kind of very shallow and it's already heavily silted. So graduated staff is enough for us to determine the depth of the water. However, there was another method we used, which I didn't mention here, but we use in other dams because we did this work for about 10 different dams actually, but I just presented for one dam. We use sonar. This is a computerized device that sends signal to the bottom of the water and we receive this gives us the precise depth of the water, especially in dams where it has a deeper bottom level. Thank you.
Thank you. The third presenter, where is he? Yes. Do you have any response? Okay, please, quickly.
All right. You asked about the split plot design, and you're asking about the factors. For the split plot design, usually we have a main factor and sub-factor. The main factor there was the irrigation depth, and the sub-factor there was the irrigation interval. So we had 3 levels of each of these main factors. For the irrigation depth, we had 3 levels: 100%, 85%, and 70% of evapotranspiration. That's the crop water requirement exactly. While for the irrigation interval, we had 3, 1, 2, and 3 days. So those are the things we did.
Okay. Thank you. Next questions? Follow-up question? Let's take.
Is it that there's nothing that can be done? Because that was my question.
Yes.
We know all this adaptation, mitigation. Can't we even, because we were farming these things before, we did not have these problems.
Of climate
Where is
change.
this problem coming from? Can't it be stopped? Must we be and mitigation, it costs money. It's costing a lot of money. It's bringing in professionals, breeders, for example. We have to give us varieties that are, 2 months so that we can harvest before, so.
Professor Itwange, you know why?
No, I'm a farmer, I don't.
Yeah, you know. You know why it is difficult to stop. Yes, let me also contribute. I'm also a member of the team.
This is
as long as we continue to do the things we were not doing in the past, we are emitting plenty of dangerous gases into the atmosphere. So we continue to have effects on the environment, and that is what is happening.
yes. This is
And he mentioned part of during his presentation that probably we should move to the use of
No, that is
That
away. Say,
no, it's part of it. It's part of it. If you want to stop
stop. Yes.
those things that cause climate change, you have to talk about the use of fossil fuel.
Stop using fossil fuel.
Yes, you have to reduce it to the nearest thing.
Yes.
And when you can do that,
Yes. I was trying. Sorry, sir.
go ahead.
Yeah, this is a global issue, and there are efforts. And it's unfortunate I have not finished the slides. We have written some of the efforts globally been taken to address climate change, like the reduction in greenhouse gases, the reduction of the use of fossil fuels. Many countries now have targeted when to stop the use of fossil fuels and move to EVs, electric vehicles. I know India and UK, they have set some target where by that time they will stop producing fossil fuel. Yes, 2035. Yes, so many people have idea of. There is a global approach, and even in Nigeria too, there is approach of that. Recently, I think in Kano or so.
Because of our time,
Okay.
we'll resolve other issues
And
with,
maybe we will discuss
with,
with him. Thank you very much.
the farmer.
Yeah.
Yes. Prof, yes? Question. Okay, please.
Actually, my question is on the drip aspect, drip irrigation aspect. In the drip system, at least we don't know which type of method he has used in a real sense. Is it improvised or it is one that has been imported? Because it's very, very important. We should look at ways to improvise this kind of work, because that's the only way it can allow our farmers, you understand, so that they can adopt it easily. And one of the are doing in that particular aspect is also see how you will place your drippers below the ground, because the most important problem we face in the drip system and sprinkler system is the pilferage. Once you lay it out one day, or somebody will vandalize or they will steal everything, and now you go back to zero. So I think
these are
we need to look at this.
local
Yes.
problems.
Yes. But we are trying to see how we are going to transform people from using surface system where a lot of water is being wasted, so that they can adopt this particular system.
So you're
once we are
advocating
trying to
for-
approach, we need to
Prof,
see a
Prof,
holistic
we
way.
have to
Thank
move
you.
on.
All right.
You're advocating that there should be local manufacturing of these drip irrigation systems. Like yesterday at the exhibition, I saw the pipes for say 250 meters squared, and it's going to cost you about 200,000 naira to 1 hectare. How much you are spending on the drip irrigation system? So I think we have the capacity to provide some of these pipes. It doesn't have those visible pipes. You can use even the pipes in our house. It will be cheaper to do drip irrigation. Professor M.G. Kolo. Yeah. He likes walking. She likes walking.
My question is to the last speaker
Okay.
on cucumber and irrigation. You,
Please, who are you?
sorry,
And from where?
I'm Professor Kolo, FUT Mina, Nigeria.
Oh.
My question is to the third speaker, which has to do with cucumber irrigation. You adopted 100% water requirement and 70%. And then you discover that the yield gap between the two of them was little. Did you check the economics of it? Economics of providing the water and the economics of the output. Were there differences? Were they significant? And would you want to see and narrow it from, instead of giving it 100% to something between 70 to 100%, to further reduce and get to the optimum output in terms of balancing production cost and output cost? Thank you.
Finally, yes.
Yes, good morning, Chairman and participants. My name is Dr. Iwa Raphael from the Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, now Joseph Sawantaka University. My question goes to two of the presenters. I want to, before I go to the question, I want to believe that in a conference, apart from knowledge sharing, it also provides a platform for post-review of research papers. So it is expected that conference papers which are research-based should provide some details of the methods that were deployed. But I observed that the two presenters, that's presenter 2 and 3, did not do that very well. So for the person that presented on dam design, the question is, how did you relate the dam capacity with the irrigable land? And for which crop was that based on? 2. Okay, that's for that presenter. And the other person that presented on drip, how did you design the drip system? Because you must design first before you know the optimal. And then you can now apply the deficit applications to look at the outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Responses from the speakers, from the presenters.
Okay, thank you very much. For the design, if you observe my presentation was squarely rest on the assessment. I didn't present the design aspect. Okay. However, we did the design for rice production. There are 2 crops we suggested for that area, which is for rice and wheat. So, but because rice is it consumes more water than any of those crops. So we did the design using the rice crop. Yeah, there are many factors we consider. The water available, in fact, can supply more than 200 hectares. But however, in the downstream, there is no enough space. So what we could only get was 126 hectares. So we have to limit our design to that 126 hectares. There are other uses of the dam. The herdsmen are using it for their animals, and also they are using it for municipal water supply. So that is how we arrive at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You want to respond?
Thank you very much for that question. Concerning the economics, of course, that was not included here, but we said that the yield reduction was just between 100% evapotranspiration and 70% was just 8.9%. And that difference was not significant because if you look at the difference in the water level, if you look at pumping costs, then we know that if you look at the fact that that difference in the water usage, you can use it to supply other lands, or you can supply other land for agriculture. It's covered that when you look at the economics, it's covered that at the end, you have from 100% and from 70%, they are significantly not different. And when immediately they are not significantly different, definitely it's wise for us to go forward with the 70% evapotranspiration. Now the second question around the design. Of course, the design, we designed it, we had the intercrop spacing to be 90 cm. Then we had the intra to be 30 cm. And that was a recommendation by Haifa. Haifa, there's this Israeli company. If you check, there's a manual there, so we followed that recommendation. Also, that is also the kind of practice that farmers around there usually practice too. So that's what we did. Then for the design of the irrigation depth itself, we used FAO. We used FAO calculator. You know that you have to enter into some climatic data. That will give you the, at the end of the day, you're going to get the reference evapotranspiration, and you go into FAO manual to get the crop factor. When you do the multiplication, definitely you get the crop evapotranspiration, and that's what we used for.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we clap for the three presenters? And please, can we all stand? Greet your neighbor both ways. Yes. Good morning. Yes. And then I take 1 minute. I give you a song. One finger, one thumb. Keep moving. One finger, one thumb. Keep moving. One finger, one thumb. Keep moving. Keep moving all the time. Please sit down. Thank you. So we have 2 more papers to go in this session. And so we call on yes. We call on Nura Shanono. See around? Nura. Dr. Professor Nura Shanono. Or Nuruddin Mukhtar. Nasidi Mohammed. Not around? So names here. So many names. They were around. Lawa Atanda. Maina. Mukhtar Nuhu Yaya. So many names, none of them is available to present the paper. The paper is stepped down for now.
Yes.
Are you ready to present? Okay, go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
We give him 20 minutes. Because they are not here. But no, it's not good for him.
Okay. Yeah. On the assessment, is it? What's the title? Yeah. Performance. Yield storage analysis together. Okay, thank you. The paper is on yield storage analysis of Tiga Dam and its potential effect on Hadejia River Valley floods. This study investigates the upstream causes of downstream floods, the position of Hadejia River Valley, the Tiga Dam, and the risks of flood. Floods could be exacerbated if dams are not properly managed. And the floodplain of Hadejia River Valley have been affected by frequent flood events. The Tiga Dam is not being utilized at its maximum potential. This instigated the need to conduct storage yield analysis and to identify the dams if Tiga Dam contributed to Hadejia River Valley floods. As we are all aware, flooding is a recurrent issue in Nigeria, especially in Jigawa State. And the Hadejia River Valley has been annually under flood cases. So there has been this insinuation that the Tiga Dam is contributing to these flood cases. However, as the storage yield analysis was conducted, this is the method that was used. The storage yield analysis reservoir mass balance equation. Using the equations there, we used 3 variables to compute each simulation time step, that is on monthly basis. The storage level, the new reservoir capacity, and the spillage, if any, for the season. Using the existing reservoir operation rules, historical data, and hypothetical release were increased. Next. Okay. So the storage yields analysis was conducted to evaluate the possible implication of Tiga Dam in particular, on the persistent and prolonged downstream flood along the Hadejia River Valley. So the historical data were collected. Hypothetically, increased releases were also stressing the dam to failure. And the spills and yield release for each of the steps were summed up for the entire simulation period. That is a period of 10 years. For both historical and hypothetical scenarios, I express as in this equation below, 4.1 for the spills historical, for the spill hypothetical, and then for the yield historical and the yield hypothetical. So the hypothetically released water, the difference between the historical and hypothetical annual yield were obtained by subtracting the area from the latter. However, the potential irrigable land to be irrigated with the hypothetical water release was computed using the maximum crop water requirement of 1,625 millimeter per hectare in semi-arid region like Kano, Jigawa states, as expressed in the following equation, which is the potential. So the results are as follows. Both historical and hypothetical reveal a full storage during November. The dam spill every year, even when the release was increased, which could lead to prolonged spills. Historical storage during the beginning of the rainy season, that is around May, June, as storage above 1,200 million cubic meters, 60% indicating huge underutilized. However, for all years of analysis, hypothetical storage states the beginning of the rainy season and are just and below 500 million cubic meter. That's 20% an effective utilization, which is good news. Implication is when the water is not effectively utilized during the dry season, the inflow may quickly exceed the empty reservoir's active storage capacity. And this is visible from the historical storage reveal on the chart on the right-hand side. This is not the case for the hypothetical storage. That's the annual storage of Tiga Dam. So underutilization of dam was visually noticed for the historical storage levels, and the highest and the lowest storage levels of 80 to 60%, representing reservoir drawdowns of 20 and 40% during the 2021-2022 seasons respectively. Although the least reservoir downstream recorded 20%.
1 minute more.
And this was due to the stoppage of irrigation activity at some sectors to allow general rehabilitation work by trimming projects. I think we have all trimming something. So maybe you can see from that the project happened around that time. So in historic story, high volume of spill were experienced due to high water levels. For the hypothetical scenario, improved utilization creates more space in the reservoir, and this reduced the volume of spillage delays and at the start of the spill. As can be seen in figure 4, figure 5.
Thank you.
For the decade fields. Yes.
Conclusion.
So these are all the 10 years historical and hypothetical yield obtained. Next. Yeah. So conclusively, the study was conducted to analyze the storage yield historical for both historical and hypothetical spills of dam and influence on the downstream Hadejia Valley floods. And this historical reveal underutilization of underutilization, which provided critical insight on how early fill-up and subsequent volume of the spills lead to prolonged and catastrophic downstream flood. The hypothetical results reveal an optical utilization of the dam by maintaining adequate and storage capacity through the dry seasons. So finally, the results, the increased yield also imply greater ability to meet specific water downstreams and high reliability, which is crucial for water stress crops. The difference between the historical hypothetical data of 1,476 million cubic meter was computed, and the total addressed irrigable land of 90,000 hectare can be supplied with 1,478 million cubic meter using the maximum water requirement of this. So while the spill reduction of 750 million significantly, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Clap for him, please. Thank you very much. You had so many concluding points, so many. Yes. We'll take the last paper. No, we'll take the last paper first. Yes. Engineer Ohidimma Somtochukwu, you're around. Chimdimma Ouchekwa. Oh, follow me and praise God. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Engineer Chimdimma Somtochukwu Onwuchekwa from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. And this morning, I'll be presenting. Okay, it's not showing. It's not showing. Okay, I'll be presenting on the effects of bioenergy with carbon capture in urban and pre-urban irrigated agriculture. Is actually a review that I had to do because it's a concern. This morning, I've gotten some knowledge, the first presenter, and the rest of us. We are talking about, can you please go back because I can't go back from here? Okay. Okay. The first presenter was asked a question on the climate change. And yesterday, I also got the information that most of our solar panels are being stolen in the farm for us to, if we want to do irrigation. And I got so many information. And also, I went home with this thought of, if I want to do it alone, I have to, if you want to do it alone, if you want to go faster, you do it alone. But if you want to go further, you go with everybody. Yes. And I now felt, okay, I'm in the right place for this presentation. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this morning. We know that climate change has actually made things difficult for us. We now talk about the carbon footprints, we now talk about irrigation, we now talk about health and everything. So when I thought about this, I said, okay, climate change has really affected the food security of our country. And when we think about it,
can we have a stable screen, please? Stable screen.
So over 60% of us, if I ask most of us where we are living, we'll say Abuja, we'll say Kaduna town, we'll say Kano town, but most of us are not living in our rural areas. So when we think about that, we see that many people are now living in the urban area. So from the data I got, that over 60% of us will move to the urban area by 2050. Then we now have this need, because if we talk about that, nobody can eat me. Instead of you eating me, I will eat myself, or I will eat you. So, but we now talk about it, and we now start looking at the urban and pre-urban agriculture in Africa. We now see that 40% of us are involved in agriculture. But the major issue is water. The major issue is energy. So how can we curb that? We have the climate smart agriculture, which we talk about. But how can we harness it? We can harness it through what we call BEES, which is bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. So what's the advantage for us? So BEES is actually when we capture the carbons in our environment. When we capture it, the CO2, and store it on the ground. So what's the beautiful thing about this is when we store it, we can now use it to power our irrigation system to curb emission. Next slide, please. So when we look at the...
2 more minutes.
Okay, sir. This is not working. So we have many case studies where BEES have been integrated in Africa, so it can be done. Next, okay. So this actually calls for policymakers. I know some of us are in the power corridors of power that can actually advise them properly. So if we can easily integrate this, because me as a woman, I know I farm, and I farm vegetables, and I eat it, and sometimes you need to fetch water and go back home, fetch water. But if they have appropriate technology that they can use, it's really going to help us. Then, please go back. Okay. So in conclusion, BEES is a game changer for sustainable urban and pre-urban irrigated agriculture. If we integrate it properly, it will strengthen the farmers, and I'm a woman, so it's going to help gender inclusivity, align with ACID mission for innovation and resilience, urges interdisciplinary collaboration for interpretation. And actually, ACID says that any innovation that is not valuable is useless. So as a team, we can make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Give her a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Our time is fast spent. I will take 3 questions. Yes, Prof. Idris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is to the first presenter. We used to take students on excursion to the Tiga Dam, and we know the Tiga Dam capacity is about 1.9 billion cubic meters. 1.9 billion cubic meters. Now, last year we were there, and I've seen that they have reviewed it down to 1.5 or 1.3 billion cubic meters because of siltation. And we have seen some machinery there, the federal government, that they are going to desilt that dam. I want to ask if that has been done or is ongoing, and if it has not been done, this reduction in the dam storage capacity, how does it affect the irrigation downstream? This is my question to...
Okay. Any other question? Okay, Sabi.
Good morning. My fathers, my lecturers, they are all here. I can see repeated questions in the area of dam, though that's where I'm going to present in the afternoon. Okay. So a question was asked previously that how the man that presented on dams, how did he design the dam? How did he know the capacity of the dam reservoir vis-a-vis irrigation, water requirement? Mine is not question. I want to address those areas. Like, this is about 21 years of construction, all those things. No, that's the same question he's asking. I want to answer that. Even the situation.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
But be brief.
Yeah, protocols.
Good morning.
The issue of the issue of how to determine your capacity of your dam reservoir, which is very, very important if you are planning your irrigation. There's what we call rim survey. The catchment area of that proposed dam reservoir. You have to do a rim survey. That will now give you the total area of the dam reservoir. When you do that, then you have your maximum water level you want to achieve at your reservoir. So you know you have already gotten an area and you have gotten the maximum depth you want to achieve. So from there you get your volume. That is how any dam capacity is determined all over the world. That is the standard. Then you can now relate it to your own water requirement in the irrigation. Then you get it right. Then on the area of siltation, presently where I'm in Oshun, we are having that problem. It's a field dam they called me to rehabilitate. I'm the one doing it there. On the area of siltation, it's a very major problem. And where they don't take cognitions in the dam design criteria is the scoring outlet and the bottom outlet. The scoring outlet and the bottom outlet, very, very important. And the bottom outlet is very, very important for this, the silting.
Yes.
That will help you if it is adequately selected and constructed. It will help you for the dam reservoir to last without you mechanically dredging. So the size of your bottom outlet is very, very important. You must get it right. Our fluid mechanics equations, the rational formula, those formulas are very, very important. Using your peak rainfall, data of that river, you have to study the river.
Okay.
So
Okay.
by the time you do that, you select the right bottom outlet, the issue of dredging.
Okay, Engineer.
Solved. Thank you.
Engineer Sabi, we cannot, unfortunately, we cannot take all the lecture here because this is a conference. But I suggest that Dr. Maina, Engineer Sabi should find a place to meet here and have further discussion. And Professor Idris, thank you very much. Final question, please, for this. I've recognized. Yes.
Good morning to you all. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Maina, my question or rather observation is pointed to you. The name is Engineer Muktare Rimagiade, Director of Damsar Reservoir Operations, Bauchi State Ministry of Water Resources. I am also the liaison for the Hadid Jamara Komadugiobe Basin Trust Fund. I'm also the desk officer for the two river basins overlaid in Bauchi State, the Upper Benue River Basin Development Authority and the Hadid Jamara River Basin Development Authority. Now, thank you for the paper. Now, my question or rather observation is, are you aware of a study conducted by the Hadid Jamara Komadugiobe Basin somewhere around 2019 to 2023 as part of their catchment management plan on reoperation study of Tiga Dam and Chalawa dams? And one of the objectives of that study is to mitigate the flooding downstream of the particularly Kano River system, and to also ensure that there is availability of water in the Hadejia irrigation valley. And that particular study was awarded to an Australian firm by the name of SMEC, I remember. And a lot of data has been taken into account to arrive at that study. And at the completion of the study, the idea was for the river basins to ensure the operation study is being operationalized in their systems. So I don't know if you are aware of that, because that particularly is going to at least mitigate some of the points you raised in your. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, good morning all. I'm so glad to see this all full like this. We're sorry for not having enough chair for you, but it shows how much interest you all have for the sub-team that's going on. Thank you very much. By 11, we will be out for tea break. If you finish before 11, good and fine. You can also just interact, but the tea break will be for only 30 minutes. Then this hall will take the next sub-team, which is creative awareness. So if you are interested in that, then please let's gather here again exactly 11:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. So let's have responses to those comments and observations. Okay. We have more time after we have responded to this.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I observed only two questions. The first person asks about what is the effects on the reduction in the dam capacity, Tiga dam capacity on the downstream activities. In the presentation, if you observe, we mentioned that Tiga Dam has been underutilized. Only 40%, cyclically every year. Once it reaches 40% of the dam drained out, then the rainy season will come and refill back. So we have never experienced water shortage or so actually it has literally no effect on the dam capacity. And then secondly, on the question raised by the last speaker on the research done or intervention regarding the downstream activities. Yes, we are aware of that, but this study squarely rests on the dam itself. We want to know the yield of the dam, the yield analysis of the dam. However, the effect on the downstream, we are only hypothesizing that releases from the Tiga Dam contribute to the flood occurrence downstream, which we use different factors, different inputs to finally to certain level, establish that yes, it do contribute, because during the peak of the rainfall season, the dam used to be open, to release the excess water that comes in, and that's in addition to the heavy downfall from rainfall, thereby creating a heavy flood downstream, which.
Okay.
Yeah, the desiltation by the federal government, I think this is, I don't know if somebody from Ministry of Water Resources can say much on that. I don't want to go into that, whether it has been done or not. But I think the issue of desilting has been lingering over the years, that Tiga Dam, but it's going to be very big task. So I don't know if someone can shed more light on that. Yes.
Okay, you want to speak on that? The silting.
No need.
Please. This is interesting.
Yes, Tiga Dam has been is very active dam. So there was this bathymetric survey study carried out by National Water Resources Institute, supported by TRIMI. So all the data are there. When we are talking of siltation, you can talk of Bakulori Dam, almost 35% siltation. But Tigao is less than 10%. From the bathymetric study, the informations are there. We employ the researcher, the people doing study, just so you can contact National Water Resources Institute, or you can contact TRIMI, or you contact the World Bank. The results are there. Even the Dadinkowa Dam, there's more station. It's very active dam.
So, sir, are you making that the siltation at Tiga Dam
is
only less than 10%?
It's less than 10%. The studies are there. The results are there. Very active dam.
For a dam that
the headwater, the headwater is from the plateau, and the catchment area is relatively stable. Yes.
Yes. Thank you for your information. We have interacted with the engineers there. I have talked with some of the people in the Federal Ministry of Water Resources.
Yes.
And they have reduced the technical information at the dam site, that it has been reduced to 1.3 billion cubic meters because of siltation.
It's not because of siltation, just
That
for
is-
dam safety. Because if you remember Bagauda Dam, because it's not because of siltation, it's just for safety. The capacity, the spillway capacity was lowered because of safety,
Okay.
not siltation.
Okay. Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, are you here?
I retired from Federal Ministry of Water Resources.
You are a retired officer. Serving officers, do we have?
I work with TIGA more than 10 years. So I'm giving us the valid information, please.
Wait.
It's valid.
Okay, please, wait. Please, everybody, sit down. There's an information here. Professor Oyebode, please.
I have studied the design of Tiga Dam, the report. And I know that when it was being designed for 2 billion cubic meter. But for 2 billion. But for technical reasons, it was reduced to 1.5. This is information. Yes. And this is over 45 years now. One will expect that siltation will have taken place to a significant level. This is my point.
This is study carried out, not just assumption. Not by assumption.
Thank you. Who is from the ministry? Okay, please.
Sir,
Please, let's all list him.
yes, I'm part of the sedimentation studies bathymetry survey carried out. I'm from National Water Resources Institute, Kaduna. So after carrying out the bathymetry survey, we found out that
When did you carry out?
it was 2018, 2019. So from there we moved to Hadija Valley.
That's
so
7
the,
years
the
ago.
siltation is not significant. There's no cause for alarm.
Okay, please, this is to the organizers of this conference. Please, we need information on the status of Tiga Dam, siltation in Tiga Dam, please. Okay, you are part of the organizers. Please note it down. Rapporteur, note it down. Information. Observation. Okay.
Good morning.
Specially designed.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Onolapo Yawoye. Good morning, everyone. My name is Onolapo Yawoye from Nigeria Cultural Insurance Corporation. My name is Onolapo Oyawoye from Nigeria Cultural Insurance Corporation, and I've listened to all the presentations, wonderful presentations, wonderfully executed projects, and how we can improve irrigations, especially for the farmers, and how to benefit them and mitigate against natural disasters. But I couldn't help but observe that the insurance, which I think is important, the insurance, agricultural insurance component of projects, I think it should be a component that should be factored into when they are doing the costing and everything, because the government has always made it clear, especially this particular government, made it clear that they are ready to finance and make sure that the farmers are okay. They are spending so much money in insurance services, and so therefore the agricultural insurance cannot be overemphasized. The need for it, the importance of it cannot be overemphasized. This is not to say that I'm just marketing our organization, but I think we should also make it one of the components in this kind of gathering, especially for the interest of the farmers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I charge you 5 million naira for for advertising. Yes. Okay. So we're expecting connections for an international presentation. We hope we get that. We are still going to 11 o'clock when we'll be due for breakfast or tea break. Yes, on what? Huh? So? Okay.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity.
Yes.
Aliu Abdullah for the Lake Chad Basin Commission in N'Djamena, Chad. As we know, Chad Basin Commission is in charge of river management within the Lake Chad Basin. So recently, the issue of dam management is giving a lot of concern to the Lake Chad Basin Commission, especially the recurrent inundation at the downstream country, especially in Niger, in Difa. So Niger is always experiencing concern to LCBC. What's the cause of inundation recently, especially from 2018 to 2024? The inundation is always increasing. So what is the cause of this inundation? And they are explaining that is the siltation issue within the dams, like Tiga dams, Shalawa dams. So both them, I'm adding that the siltation along those rivers is not really concerned, because it's less than 10%. So what is explaining this issue of a series of inundation along those rivers? Because
sorry, we may not have answers to your questions at this conference. Since you work there, I think the appropriate channel is to talk to those who are in government, who are in charge of Lake Chad. Land is drying up. Yes. 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 So we may not have answers to your worry here. Contact the Chad Basin Development Authority. Whatever problems are there, let them solve them. For the Tiga Dam, we have already said the ministry should give us, the organizers should meet the ministry. We need information on this, because a dam that has been there for 40, 45 years, and we know what is happening. There must be situation somehow. And if we are avoiding the dams, we know what will happen in a few years. The volume of the dam will continue to the volume will continue to reduce. Due apology to our fathers like Professor F.A. Adeniji here and others. And then there could be over of the dam. The type we had was it last year? Last year. These are some terrible consequences of siltation we get from dams. Thank you very much. Are we getting the paper? Huh? Have you connected? Okay, that's it. So, Dr. Shabanov VV, are you with us? Hello? Technica, are you? Is he online? He has 10 minutes to present his paper, please. Dr. Shabanov Kagdila. Okay, it's actually professor. Tell us something now, technical man. Network. Huh? It's offline again. That's unfortunate. Please, anytime you get him again, even if it's another section, please, Prof, if you get him during your own session, let's accommodate him, please. Thank you. So that we've come to the end of this session officially, and he has not paid, so we can't use this time to we can't use this time to to continue to advertise his. You want to negotiate? Do you want to negotiate? Yes. Yes. The sponsors.
No, well, partners.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They came
So.
to us, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know that. Thank you. So please go ahead.
The nature of my own work in extension, and we have been talking to the farmers, especially with regards to insurance policy. And when we say insurance policy, the first insurance we mention to farmers is NAEC. But the indifference the farmers have been having towards NAEC is that they could not pinpoint at anyone that has collected or have enjoyed insurance policy. So when you come to a program of this kind, we want you to tell us, give us the milestone. Farmers, 50 farmers in Jigawa, look at, they have benefited, this is the policy, they have enjoyed this policy. Just show us the state, the farmers that have benefited from NAEC policy, so that it will help us. We are extension, we are in the field, we work with the farmers. We need to educate them about insurance. And you know what farmers are facing right now.
Okay, thank you. You address that later. We have the Professor Shabanov. Prof. Shabanov. Kagdila.
Yes, хорошо. I'm not Shabanov, I'm Irina Bandarik from...
Okay, please, the language of this conference is English, please. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Try to have the slideshow.
Okay, go ahead.
And how to
Please, let's listen.
and how to the presentation. I need to demonstration the screen. The organizer don't demonstration of the screen for the presentation. Is it possible?
Go ahead.
Okay. You can have seen the presentation, yes?
Yes, we are seeing the
Yes.
topic.
Yes.
Development of land reclamation.
Yes.
And water
Yes,
management.
development of land reclamation and water management for food security, biodiversity conservation and the face of climate change. This is the presentation of our national committee and Mr. Shabanov, who is the professor of the Timirazov Academy. So, okay.
Go ahead, Prof. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. I can show. Some problem with the screen. Okay.
Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, the previous slide I want to get.
You have just about 5 minutes.
Okay. The land reclamation regime is the regulation of agricultural lands and set the requirements of control factors of soil formation, plant growth, and environmental impact for which was provided by the system of reclamation measures and achieve the set goals. For ecosystems, we can the simple case of integrated environmental factor for wash-head system may be volume on runoff. However, the flow of the river's closing section is excessive, and given the high altitude, the journey of catchment area shows on which part of the ecosystem the catchment area optimal conditions have been created. In this case, this is photosynthesis conditions. The next slide, the reclamation regime. The reclamation regime is the requirements of environmental factors under which the ecosystem can stably function within the biosphere. In order of simplify the qualitative description of reclamation regime function and advertise the integrate numerous environmental factors into one indicator. To assess the reduction of oxygen concentration in atmosphere will create global temperature of the Earth atmosphere. Average temperature can be chosen as the integrated indicator. However, the local area of the Earth's surface, such as river basin, it is proposed to use the annual flow volume and the integral indicator of ecosystem functions. The next, the integral indicator of environmental regime, we can consider the annual range of flow volume can serve as the integral indicator of environmental impact of ecosystems of the catchment area. The next slide, this is on this slide, you can see the equation for calculation the reclamation regime of water shared ecosystem, depending from the parameters is selected for each biological object individually based on normative or experimental data. The optimal volume of this is the environmental factor at maximal productivity. In first approximation, it's equal axiom and quasi-optimal range. The quasi-optimal range should be located at the level of productivity at which, on one hand, it will be economically feasible and obtain the production, and the other hand, it's technically possible to keep the regulation parameter in this range. For example, the range of cell degradation on which a plant feels comfortable according to the data given in different crops during the growing season in the root layer. And for cereal, it's about 55-75% of total moisture capacity. The optimal humidity will be accordingly for grain about 0.7 total moisture capacity. For vegetable in potatoes, it would be 0.7 field capacity. And for annual grass, about 0.75 of field capacity. The adaptation parameter, this is, I have said about the adaptation parameter within the optimal range, within the less than 1.02 of the vertical part of the cover of highly productivity ecosystem for Amazon's river basin. I have the presentation now. Okay. The next slide. The conclusion, to minimize the possible consequence of the oxygen catalyst, it's necessary to establish the planetary oxygen monitoring to create oxygen landfills similar of the carbon basin ones at all ecosystems that will significant source of oxygen. Using the satellite data for determining the volume of photosynthesis biomass, evaluate the oxygen balance of the Earth's atmosphere and predict conservation of different parts of the planet. The next, assess the needs of reclamation of our watershed ecosystem, and during watershed reclamation, conduct the regulation assessment of management effectiveness by overlay of existing curve of modified one. It will allow to take into account change in biomass and determine the amount of increase of oxygen volume in the river basin. I would like to say that we produce the bibliographic index for the 6th African International Conference in our Agricultural University, Timirazov Academy, and you can see it is in English and in Russian, of course, and I don't know why. The next slide. This is the bibliographic database, development of land reclamation and water management for food security, biodiversity under climate change, and climate change in Africa. This is, you can see in the site of Timirazov Academy, this publication, and of course it have been produced in Russian too.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is all my information that I would like to present for the conference. So if you would be interested, you can see this material on the site of our academy. So thank you very much for the.
Thank you. Give her a round of
Thank
applause, please.
I try to be short, of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please stay by. Maybe there are questions or comments on your presentation. Any comments or questions, please? Everything was very clear. Everybody
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, everybody understood everything. And thank you for contributing to our conference. We appreciate your presentation. That's Visenia.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of this session. We can now go for tea break. The song I gave you, I intend to present the album later in the year. There's actually a continuation of the song from one finger, one thumb, to two fingers, two thumbs, to one arm, to two arms, to one neck, to one leg, to two legs, so that the whole body will be involved. Thank you very much. Bye. Tea break. Awareness. There's a session coming on here. Yes. Another parallel. There should be. I have to check. Maybe upstairs. Can you? How are you?
Hello. Okay.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we'll welcome you all from the tea break. We have 4 papers this morning. Very soon to cross over to afternoon here in Nigeria. The sub-theme is sub-theme 1, creating awareness. Chairing the session is Engineer Professor Simon Iritwange. Professor Maina Mohammed will be the rapporteur for this session. We have 4 papers. The first paper presenter is ready. We just want to check up whether the second, third, and fourth paper presenters are in the house. John Musa, is he here? Rapporteur, you have confirmed that all these 4 papers are lined up for presentation. So let's hope that John Musa will join us at any point in the presentation. The third paper, Taiwo TB Onofua. I think Onofua presented a paper earlier, and he's also listed here. So I think we wouldn't have any problem getting a presenter. And where is the lead now? Is he around? No, the PowerPoint is already with us here. Maina, is the PowerPoint for paper 3 here? Huh? Okay. Because if the PowerPoint is here, there's a co-author of that paper here now. He can present, even though the lead author is not around. So please, let's cut that out. Then number 4 is Adoi John Ochigbo. Adoi, okay, Adoi is here. Anya. You said there are 4 papers, and with you there, but we have 3 here. So that means the 5th paper is not listed. That means there is a 5th paper that is not listed. So let's find out whether, if you are the author of the 5th paper, are you here? The 5th paper that is not listed, if you are the author. Is it your own? technical people to talk to us, the author of the 5th paper. Mena, do you have the title of the 5th paper? It's okay. So, are we free to? Can we start? Yes, they don't have. That's what. Okay. So that means we basically have 3 papers. We have 3 papers, right? So paper number 3, even though one of the authors, Onofua, is in the house, PowerPoint is not available. So we have 3 papers. Each paper presenter will have, in the program is 15 minutes. But how much time do we give them? Is there a lead paper here? Yeah, all invited papers now. Anyway, so let's start. The team, sub-team is on creating awareness. Please help me welcome. There's no podium. Towing Peter Abegurin. Well, who is the one present? Towing. You are Towing. Okay, the second author, Toby Adebayo, for presentation of the paper Sediment and Nutrient Variation in Oba River, Ogbomosho. Okay. And we hope he is listening in Lesotho where he is. He has joined and is online. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. You can start. You have.
All right. Good morning. Good morning to us
minutes.
All. 15 minutes. All right. Thank you. We are welcome back from the break. As he has said, I'm here to present a paper on sediment and infiltration in Oba River, Ogbomosho. The lead author is Professor Towing Peter Abegurin from Lesotho. Engineer to be Bukola Adebayo. We have other authors there, Kayode, Stephen, and Elijah Onofua. Better, okay. Sorry, I'm still handling the navigation. Now, rivers are essential for irrigation. During this conference, we have been emphasizing the need for irrigation as a backbone for sustainable food production. Feeding the growing population is impossible without irrigation. Rain-fed agriculture is not reliable. So there is need for effective, sustainable irrigation. Now we have groundwater, we have surface water, we have groundwater. But across the nation, there is over-reliance on surface water. Why? Though people are aware that groundwater is there, but the lifting costs, the drilling costs, most of them couldn't afford to actually use groundwater. So most of them rely on surface water for irrigation use. So, and rivers are very essential in this regard. Rivers, stream, ponds, they are essential for freshwater for agriculture, industry, and domestic use. They also serve as habitat for aquatic species. However, there are several factors that impact water quality. Water quality generally, we have the natural and the anthropogenic. The natural include climate and topography. The anthropogenic include agricultural, industrialization, and urbanization. Anthropogenic changes can destroy structures and function of river systems. I think I will go mentioning that later. The impact of agriculture on river water quality. By the right, you could see the picture taken from the basin. You could see the green colors. I don't know, it's not working. Okay. The green color are reflecting algae blooms. These are effects of sediment and nutrients washed from agricultural land back into the river system. The issue of irrigation during return is a major challenge for irrigation. Now we have been talking about increasing the area covered for irrigation, but we also need to look at sustainable irrigation. More than expanding the hectares for irrigation, we need to sustainability is a major issue in irrigation. And agrochemical runoff, fertilizer, pesticide, the increased nutrient pollution and sedimentation from agricultural lands. This leads to eutrophication, which is the enrichment of nutrients in water bodies. That follow up with algae blooms, like the green color we saw, due to the increase of nutrients in the water. That encourage the growth of algae and other aquatic species. And by the time that these aquatic plant dies, they decay to form hypoxia, which is low oxygen depletion in waters, which are very harmful to aquatic species, the life of aquatic species. Now, this is a case study of Oba River. Oba River is in Ogbomoso. We still go back to the map. It's filtered for drinking water. The dam was considered majorly for domestic water to the Ogbomoso metropolis. But along the embankment of the river, we have farmers who planted all kind of crops, especially maize, vegetables, potatoes, especially the migrant from the north. So most of the farmers are migrant from the north. Along the embankment of the river, they plant across the entire length. These are some of the pictures taken from the maize plants, and that's the major river body in the picture. Now, extensive irrigation farming contributes to soil erosion and nutrient runoff. The tillage, the weeding, the irrigation will lead to sediment loss along the way. So the study provided insight into sediment and nutrient dynamics in Oba River. All right, this is study area. The details, the climate, the tenure of agriculture. All right, so this is a map of the area. The Pentagon is showing Ogbomoso North, Ogbomoso north and south, and the area, the dotted triangular area along are showing the source to the watershed. This is the watershed at the bottom, and that's the sampling area by the right. Okay. Now, these are the sampling procedure. How we take the sample was collected across 6 major locations in 7-meter container. We are doing it 24 dry season. The process for filtration and all those things are described here. These are method for this. Determining the major nutrient. Majorly, we look at 2 major species: phosphorus and nitrogen. In nitrogen, we look at total dissolved. Phosphorus, we total dissolved phosphorus and then particulate phosphorus. And in nitrogen, we look at nitrite, ammonium nitrogen, nitrogen, and total dissolved phosphorus. The method used are described below. Right, this is sediment analysis. The equation for determining the sediment analysis, and the particular also, by the red. Sorry, I'm rushing a little. Now, these are the result. The result of different variation of. By the right, we have the phosphorus, the phosphorus, the particulate, and the total phosphorus. You see that phosphorus has the least variation, also the least correlation, also followed by particulate phosphorus. Why? Because most of these, phosphorus attached to soil sample generally. So most of the phosphorus are attached to the sediment as they move along, along the irrigation water back to the river channel. And on the nitrogen side, we have the nitrite being a transform. Nitrite is always like it's like an in-between stage for transformation during the nitrate cycle. So that's why we have the least variation. Majorly nitrate, ammonia and nitrogen actually dominate the variations inside the water. Now, these are some of the discussions. The lowest concentration of nitrites being the transient form, the nitrate being the dominant one across and is less skewed. I don't want to go into the particularly nitrogen, same with phosphorus. I think I said some of these things, so I can go to the correlation analysis shows that most of these nutrients are correlated with the HEC, which is implies that the increase suggests malaria reduction actually impart nitrogen runoff that are generally the increase of these nutrients, the particular nitrogen, total nitrogen, actually lead to increase in HEC. Right? Sorry. Now the management implication. Efficient fertilizer application and soil cultivation needed to reduce runoff and wastewater system. Most farmers believe it's a myth. More water means more yield. More fertilizer means more yield. So they apply some of these inputs in essence. And actually, one way or the other, this either the fertilizer, dissolved in water or in particular form, is going to find their way into the main water body. If you are talking about sustainable agriculture, this is going to have a ripple effect in time. If you look at places like China, mid-US, where they carry out, agricultural on a large scale, these are major problems they are looking into right now. I'm aware that some places in China, they have to encourage farmers to farm less. Why? Most of their lakes and ponds are struggling with eutrophication. Erosion control, precision, fertilization, and optimized irrigation to reduce phosphorus runoff. Some of these farmers, their focus is on increasing yield. There's need for extension work amidst them to make sure that we can manage our soil sustainably, we can manage the water also in a sustainable manner. Some correlation suggests that managing salinity and particulate matter can migrate nutrient loss. There are several mitigation strategies that can be employed on the field to actually mitigate nutrient loss and sediment loss along the river. Earlier, we were talking about sedimentation. Some of these particles they are derived from agricultural lands. Third practice and nutrient management essential to reduce nutrient mobilization and prevent water pollution. All right, these are the conclusion. The significance nutrient mobilization to runoff. Irrigation return flow has been under-emphasized in studies. Now we can actually add that there is significant nutrient mobilization through runoff from agricultural lands. Strong correlation observed between electrical conductivity, total phosphorus, total nitrogen, and perennial nutrients actually shows that these things are working hand in hand. There is high correlation coefficient between some of those parameters listed. There's allied the role of irrigation in nutrient transport. Irrigation, though has many beneficial use, also has the side effect of actually causing nutrient enrichment in major river bodies, and beyond that also there will be leaching that affect the groundwater quality also. Recommendations: implementing sustainable practice controlled irrigation, buffer zone between the land for irrigation and surface water bodies. Most of the time, in fact, times farmers farm to the extent on the channel of the water body, especially those around me that are not the canals are not concrete now. They will farm to the extent of the water body that even during wet season, you see some of those water overflowing to the farm body. So there should be a buffer zone between irrigated lands and surface water bodies. Continuous monitoring is crucial for long-term water resources management in agricultural landscape. We need to emphasize on continuous monitoring of nutrient enrichment along our surface water body. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much. You have 15 minutes, but you've made your presentation in 10 minutes. That's a good one. The next paper by John Musa. Is John Musa around? Okay, if John Musa is not yet in the house, I would have loved for us to take the tour and then have an interaction. Because this other paper seemed to be in a class of its own. But let's have it. Adoe John Ochigbo, stakeholder engagement in irrigation management, a key to unlocking food security in Nigeria. Let's listen to John, then we can have a conversation while waiting for John Musa. Your time starts now, 12:06.
Okay, good morning, the chairman and distinguished participants. Okay, this is the topic of this presentation is stakeholder engagement in irrigation management, key to unlocking food security in Nigeria. While crafting this title, I was really very intentional about it, trying to emphasize the importance of stakeholder engagement in project implementation generally, and with particular reference to irrigation. Because from my industry experience, I discovered that even if you have a sufficient fund, have the expertise, the technology, and everything that you require to implement a project, it can fail woefully if you neglect stakeholder engagement. So it's a very critical issue, and it's very important for us to take note. This is the outline of my presentation. By way of introduction, I want to remind us that Nigeria's quest for food security remains a significant challenge, with irrigation management playing a critical role. There are so many factors that are responsible for food insecurity in the country, but irrigation plays a very critical role. What is food insecurity? What is food security? It's not just about availability of food. We may be producing enough, but it has to be affordable, it has to be accessible. So before we can be secured in terms of food security. So Nigeria is not doing very well at all. We rank 96 out of 113 on Global Food Security Index. That's very poor. And of course, we know that our population is growing. By 2050, the UN has estimated that our population will go up to 400 million. And so despite this growing demand, our agricultural productivity has remained low. And this is actually due to so many factors. And of course, because of this challenge, we have resorted to importation of some key food products. So improving irrigation management is critical to boosting agricultural productivity and achieving food security. That is a soundbite for us to take note of. So the general overview of our challenges is characterized by limited coverage in terms of irrigation coverage. We know we have enormous arable land for agriculture, even for irrigation, about 3.1 million hectares is available. But unfortunately, the pointer is not working, so please, I hope you'll be able to follow with me. The low irrigation coverage, right now, we have only attained about 10 to 15% of our irrigation potential in the country. And there we, of course, other challenges that we have, the constraint that we have is inefficient water use. And that is actually due to maybe poor, low deployment of innovative technology in terms of water application in our farms. So poor management is also there in terms of the management of our irrigation schemes. There should be more transparency, more accountability, and so inadequate infrastructure, which is due to aging infrastructure, and then of course poor performance, low maintenance because of low investment in the irrigation subsector, and over-reliance on the government. Most of our irrigation schemes, the major ones are public schemes that are developed by the government, and there is need to actually open the gate for the private sectors and commercial farmers to come in with their funds and to expand the irrigation development in Nigeria. Yeah, so there are some concepts. These 4 concepts, they are being practiced in Nigeria already in terms of advancing our irrigation development. There is participatory irrigation management. At the early stage, our irrigation development, just like any other infrastructure development in Nigeria, has been fragmented. And but now we, through the Ministry and the Department of Irrigation and Drainage in Nigeria, there is emphasis on participatory irrigation management. It's a concept whereby you involve stakeholders in the management process. And the aim is to make it more effective through collaboration. And also there is a concept of irrigation management transfer, where you build and transfer to the farmers to manage. Stakeholders analysis for irrigation and development, that is also being practiced now. And then integrated water resources management, that is very key. That is the major tool that everyone in the water sector needs to be compliant with. In 2019, I want us to know, in 2019, in the Ministry of Water Resources, we actually had a national stakeholders workshop in Nigeria, the first of its kind, trying to mainstream integrated river basin integrated water resources management and integrated river basin management in Nigeria. So at that time, can you go back for me? At that time, what we tried to do was to bring stakeholders, the policy makers and the river basin managers from all over the country, who brought them together in Calabar and brought experts even from outside the country. It took us through a whole week to understand the concept of integrated river basin management, which is very, very key. And the idea is that what we discover is that in the various subsectors of the water sector, there are different developers, people working on dams, on irrigation, on water supply, hydropower. They are working in silos, and there is need for them to compare notes, to work together in their planning, to ensure that whatever you are doing at your end does not impact negatively on the other, and to ensure that there is environmental sustainability, and then to guarantee the future of generation. So these four concepts are already being practiced in Nigeria, and it's something that anybody that is involved in irrigation management should take note of, and it's helping a lot. It has helped us to improve in our approach. Stakeholders engagement framework is very, very important. This is a framework for stakeholder engagement. The idea is that once you commence project implementation, there is need to approach the community that is affected, to introduce the project to them, have a discussion, tell them the objective, and let them have a buy-in. And then, you work together, take certain decisions together to ensure that the project ends well. So you need to identify your stakeholders. For each project, there are different stakeholders. You need to identify them. You need to analyze them in terms of their interests, in terms of the impact it has. There are different impacts and different interests and different influence. So you set the objective properly, develop the engagement strategies, implement your engagement processes. Time will not permit me to go through them. These are some of the recommended processes. And then, but the full details, these are a brief version of the paper. The paper itself has a lot of details. And so you need to monitor and evaluate, and then build the capacity of the stakeholders as well. Then there are benefits. Once if you do it right, you have several benefits. There is improved decision making. Because you are working together, you are taking the decision together, you discuss the impact, where there are risks, you look at it and see how you can mitigate it. So there is increased transparency and accountability. There will be enhanced trust and cooperation. That is, you get the buy-in of the stakeholders. And then there is better conflict resolutions. Where there are issues, you have several meetings where you discuss and then sort it out. Increase stakeholder support. There will be ownership. When they own the project will be sustainable. Improve irrigation outcome, and there will be capacity building and knowledge sharing. More funding and resources, because there are some stakeholders, like the private sector, investors that will come in and even bring in resources. there will be better risk management and, of course, stronger policies and regulations. I just brought out three key stakeholders in a typical irrigation scheme: the government agencies, the farmers, and the communities. But at the end of the paper, of the presentation, I will still show you diverse classifications of stakeholders.
5 minutes more.
Am I going back? These are the challenges. There are different challenges. Institutional to cultural, power imbalances. Some are more influential. Some of the stakeholders are more influential, and they want to dominate in decisions. There are limited capacities. Of course, I have this acronym GKG as a strategy for identifying your stakeholders and how to keep them. That is, you get them, you identify, and then, of course, invite them, and then how to keep them. You build relationship through meetings and all of that, and then you empower them, build their capacity, and to sustain them. There's a case study of Trimin where best practice was deployed in terms of stakeholder engagement. And it worked very well. That project turned out to be the best now in the country. The government has developed about 12,000 hectares of irrigation. It's working very well. This picture is from there. It's doing very, very, very well. It's a very classical success story of where you employ stakeholders engagement and then the project succeeds. Another case study now, following quickly after the Trimin success, where the government is also embarking on the sustainable power and irrigation project in Nigeria. And the candidate sites have not been fully selected, but there are pilots that have been selected. Doma is one of them, and the project is about to commence. But they have commenced the process of stakeholder engagement and meetings. It's the first thing to do when you are mobilizing to the site. That is, here now you see under the spin, the following stakeholders. There are three broad categories of stakeholders. There is the affected ones, that is interested parties, affected ones, directly affected. You have other interested parties, they are influential. They are not directly affected, but they are very influential. Like the government, you have a long list of government ministries, traditional rulers and all of that. They have a great influence in irrigation project development. That falls under category 2. And then the third category are the vulnerable ones, like the widows, the disabled, those who are physically challenged. They fall under that. And of course, this is very, very, very key. Here you have community members, you have crop farmers, you have landowners, you have tenants and landholders, you have landless or squatters. They are also a stakeholder. And you have livestock farmers, cattle, of course, you can see for yourself. They are all very key. So, in conclusion, I want to say that stakeholder engagement is essential for effective irrigation management and achieving food security in Nigeria. And so, by prioritizing stakeholder engagement, Nigeria can improve agricultural productivity through crop decision, through collaborative decision-making and knowledge sharing. 2, to reduce poverty by increasing access to irrigation services and promoting equitable distribution of benefits. And also enhance food security by ensuring that irrigation management decisions align with the needs and priorities of the local communities. And so I have a number of recommendations. If you apply all of this, I think that we will do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping to time. So we've taken these two papers. The first one, sediment and nutrient variation in Oba River, Ogbomosho, where the presenter focused on variation of sediments and nutrients along the river course. there that there was a dam along domestic water supply, but somewhere along the line, farmers started using it for purposes of irrigation. I don't know whether it is still being used for the initial purpose. The challenge we have in most of these cases is where we have a lot of runoff water into these water courses, and especially pesticides. You will remember in a community in Benue where 270 people died using water from a nearby stream for domestic purposes. They were drinking it and dying without knowing what was killing them. Before some people took the tests and found out that endosulfan was washed from nearby farms into the stream, and they were busy drinking it. So perhaps maybe in the Q&A session we can engage Toby Adebayo on those health matters that are associated with our irrigation activities. We have just also listened to Adoi John Ochigbo, very, very engaging paper. One thing that struck me was the issue of the coverage. He said 10 to 15% of our irrigation potential is what we are working with. So what happens to the balance? And the issue of spread becomes very, very critical. It's also one of the things that perhaps during the national dialogue we'll be looking at. Why can't we have irrigation facilities in other geopolitical zones of Nigeria? Today we're talking about Tiga Dam. As the last time I checked, it's somewhere in the north. So what about the southern part of Nigeria, the south-south, the southeast? Irrigation facilities need to be everywhere, because if we must solve the food security problem, we cannot just depend on facilities in certain parts of the country. And to me, I think that we should also be talking about earth dams, small irrigation facilities across streams in my village. How can I make use of those small facilities in my village to irrigate around my community? I think those ones should also engage our attention, not just talking about concrete dams. What about earth dams? I'm yet to hear anybody come talk to us about how we can do a small earth dam across the stream in my village and be able to irrigate and produce food for food security in this country. So John Musa has just arrived, but we'll allow him to take some breath. Don't worry. We know you can go ahead, but we've already started the discussion session for the first two papers. So can we just have some few remarks and questions on these two papers? Very quickly. And if there are no... Yeah, there's one at least. Let me recognize Engineer Adra. Thank you, sir. One-time MD of Lower Benue. Not immediate past, right? Immediate past. Okay, there is difference between immediate past and one time. One time is when you cannot even remember when you were there. Okay. Your name and your affiliation.
Thank you, sir. I'm Engineer Michael Olorunfemi. I'm from Benue River Basin Development Authority. I'm the head of education and drainage in the agency. My attention is particularly drawn to the last paper. And the opening remark that the chairman of this sector, having irrigation facilities in the southern region of the nation and a better spread. I think a major factor that has been mitigating against development of irrigation around here was the initial conception that down the south, you don't really need irrigation, that there is sufficient rain. And I think that factor has been defeated with the current experience. The rain is no longer dependable or reliable. And the second one is the issue of vandalization. I will take my agency as an example. The number of irrigation facilities that were put in place in the last 2-3 years, some of them, when you get there now, you wait for this nation. People vandalize and steal vital items, just cheap economic gains. And I think this particular last paper will do a lot to solve up some of these problems.
Yeah, stakeholder engagement.
Stakeholders engagement. From inception, even before the project will be put in place. The best form of security you can have on your facilities is not just the people with uniform and guns. It's just the community. Once the community takes ownership of whatever is put there and they are economically engaged with it, we can be rest assured that some of our projects or many of our projects will stand test of time. Our youth also, there's need to have this mindset to even take agriculture as business. Rivers are there. Kudos to our brothers from the northern part of this nation. If you go to south, many of our river bodies where we have dams and major rivers, you see them exploiting the potentials of the riverbanks to grow vegetables. So, leaders in the south need to also walk inward and get themselves engaged with the natural resources they have around them to produce. Gone are those days when you say a farmer is just a failed person in society, that when you take it to farming, you have failed. But now, professors, captains of industries should go into agriculture, and it's a good business to do. Young school leavers should also engage in agriculture. The river basin have the potential to put all these things into effective benefit for this nation and advocate for better commitment of the resources of this nation into the river basin agencies to develop this agricultural sector, usually irrigation. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Professor Mena, I hope you've taken note of the issues. I don't know whether Toby would love to speak to the issue I raised.
I want to sorry, sir.
Okay.
I want to make a small comment.
Yeah.
The last paper. It needs it's a matter of emphasis and just to express a little of one's experience. Probably to give a lasting memory of what you're talking about engaging the stakeholders. But before I go further on that, I want to confirm to the chairman of this session that the river basins, most of them have already engaged largely on establishing earth dams. A lot of it. I can assure you, like in Benue, out of over 30 dams they have, I think more than 20 are earth dams. Small dams to engage small communities to carry on. Now, engaging stakeholders is a very strong, we should look at it as a very important, strong component of the effort to promote irrigation. Very, very strong, very, very important. I will give just one case study. It took a river basin about 5 years to be able to locate an earth dam for a community, for lack of appreciating why it is being done and how the benefit will invariably be their own. A long time, at a particular stage, the local government chairperson of that area, a lady, has to impose it on them before later on it was resolved. And then, when the construction was on, all the other components of bringing constructed, the affected people get compensated, the land to be cleared for irrigation, became a special struggle. But with the grace of God and applying this engagement of stakeholders, majority began to appreciate what it was all about. At the end, moving on, to push, pick it upon himself to get a limited area cleared and plowed and prepared for irrigation, went on, put some water pumps just for immediate action, gave it free of charge to the community, hired experts to train the community, and picked up. But I can assure you, you can imagine the cost involved. The engagement was properly done at the end. You can imagine just all these costs were avoided. So it's an important component, very, very important component. We should give good attention to this, and I think I do personally thank the presenter for bringing up the issue. Thank you sincerely.
Thank you very much. There were no hands before. You want a short intervention?
Thank
1
you very
minute.
much. One of the things I personally experienced about the stakeholder engagement, which I feel is not enough, especially in the southwest, south-south. Our people are so much entangled with lands. You know the terrain of the southwest, that is the forest is highly forested, right? And people so much attach importance to lands. So when you talk about irrigation, most of them are very indifferent to it. Somebody made a remark about how they believe rain is enough for plants. But now, it's no longer like that. If it has been enough, the rain has been very conventional in nature. And now you find out that when you take an idea of irrigation to southwest, especially to maybe some kind of ballet or this and that, the first thing they will tell you is that they are coming to take their land. The land will not belong to them again. Even if you try at all costs to pacify them, to tell them that government is only trying to bring this program to you, this project to you, that it belongs to you, because eventually when they do everything possible to bring up irrigation to you, it is the project belongs to the village, but it's been problem all the way.
Yeah, but if we really want to solve food security problem, irrigation has to be everywhere. And I think that's the idea. So let us see how we can engage more based on what Adoy. So affiliation is not in the listing. So we don't know, for purposes of contacting you.
It's the only paper that they omitted.
Okay. Because beyond this presentation, people will still want to bring you on board in terms of working with communities for their irrigation facilities. But we have his paper, is both the full-length paper and a PowerPoint slides. So if you need his services, am I advertising? Thank you very much. So let's appreciate Toby Adesi. Oh, okay, and John Ochigbo. Back. Next, and we have 25 minutes to the end. So we need to manage our time well. Is by no other person than a professor from the Federal Jimina, the brain behind, or one of the brains behind this conference, the secretary, this regional conference on irrigation and 25. He'll be us on models and uncertainty of drainage in Boso, local government of Niger State. So, Mr. Technical Secretary, you have you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. I hope you are enjoying yourselves in this program. Well, much has been said about irrigation systems, how we need to come together, develop irrigation systems, put them to practice. But we have failed to understand one basic thing. And what is that? These irrigation systems comes with designs. And most of our designs today are faulty. I started having this experience right from the days of my activities project. And we discovered that a lot of failures occurred along the canals, along the dams, and along of some of the structures for drainage systems, which now led us to investigating the sensitivity of some of the components, equations that are being used to develop some of these canals. Drainage systems are vital infrastructures that are managed, that are supposed to be managed, or that are supposed to manage water surface within an environment. As it stands today, we don't have such things in place because it's either they are under-designed or over-designed. However, their performance and reliability are influenced by factors like the climate change variability, topography, land use changes, and other physical characteristics of the drainage system itself. Sensitivity and uncertainty analysis are essential for understanding and improving drainage systems, drainage system models. These models were adopted, we should know this. And because these models were adopted under different land conditions, it cannot work for us here in Nigeria. And to prove these things wrong, that was why we had to go into this study. The study focuses on sensitivity and uncertainty of a drainage model using global sensitivity techniques by evaluating the critical model parameters and their impacts on these outputs. The study area is none other but Niger State, where we have about 25 local governments. We chose only one local government. It will amaze you that every one step you take, the soil condition of that particular environment changes, so it cannot be the same. Now, these models that we talked about, we consider the SWMM model, and this model simulates the hydrological and hydraulic processes controlling urban drainage systems using the extran and runoff blocks. What do I mean by extran? What do I mean by runoff blocks? We decide to create blocks in some of these locations to determine the runoff water within that particular area. Now, the catchment areas were divided into impervious surface areas and those with depressions or storage facilities. So we had to be careful in accessing this information. Now, the model parameters include critical hydrological parameters like the area, width, the slope, and we also introduce the scaling factors as the K width, the K slope, and the path area to simplify the procedures for this. This analysis assumes a uniform distribution of parameters but considers variation among sub-watersheds. What do we mean by uniform parameters? The rainfall. You don't expect the rainfall here to be the same thing in area 1 or even in zone 1 of Apple. So we have to consider a particular location for that variation. Then this also we have to consider that. The sensitivity that the late Hypercob sampling method, which was used to carry out some of our analysis. Then the partial ranking correlation method was also used. The partial ranking correlation coefficient measures a monotonic relationship between input parameters and model output parameters with values ranging from -1 to +1. Anything outside this range is really not too good for the system. Mutual information entropy analysis. The entropy analysis measures the uncertainty in random variables and reflects the amount of information within the distribution. It is closely related to sensitivity analysis, as models tends to be more sensitive to parameters that convey what the information we're looking for. Now, we also looked at the statistical analysis, and we discovered that in our statistical analysis, we considered one, the time for peak discharge, the total runoff volume, were all evaluated using the latent hypercurve sampling method. The discharge, I will quickly digress a little, is usually different because we assume, for example, in Niger State, Mina particularly, we have what we call an underlay of rocks. By the time you dig up to 3 meters, you meet an impervious layer of rock, meaning that any small amount of rainfall, you see the surface already flooding. So how do we manage? These model parameters were varied within the designated ranges and were given uniform distributions. This table here shows maximum and minimum discharge, the peak, the time to peak, and then the total runoff within the area. Here you have a graph for the peak discharge against the CDF and the total runoff also against the CDF. That's the cumulative distribution functions. This table 2 shows the partial ranking illustration, which is this table here, having the impervious, the pervious, and then impervious values. All this table, all these values that you see here, tells us one thing. The parameters that were considered, the equations that were considered, the values that were chosen to calculate some of these drainage systems adopted were wrong. And that's why we have failures in most of our drainage systems. The ranks of PRCCS mutual informations differ slightly for various factors, which I just explained now. The entropy analysis show no describable or non-monotonic correlations between the input and the output values, which closely match the PRCC analysis. These studies findings provide valuable insights into the relationship between the input and the output variables in the context of peak discharge and total runoff volumes. Now, this table 2 also shows the Kornman parameter significant, which influences the runoff volume changes in Boso environment. If you can remember, sometimes early 90s, we had a serious disaster in that community. A lot of flooding, people died, properties were lost. This accounted for it because Julius Berger came up with their own design. They adopted coefficients, Manning's coefficient from some other countries to construct these structures for us. And at the end of the day, their constructions were short of what we were supposed to have. So most of these drainage systems were overflowing their bounds, clearing houses, clearing properties, and today we have a huge gap. So this paper is to inform us that we need to go back home and develop our own coefficients that will stand the test of time, which will affect our drainage structures, our drainage systems in our farmlands. In conclusion, the study analyzed the drainage systems in Boso local government of Niger State using the stormwater management model to understand the sensitivity and uncertainty of key hydrological and hydraulic parameters. This study focused on understanding the peak discharge, total runoff volume, and time to peak under varying input parameters uncertainty using the latent hypercube sampling method. The partial ranking correlation coefficient and analysis revealed that that's Manning's roughness coefficient for conducts had the greatest influence on total runoff, which does not negate what I've been trying to explain. And we discovered that value here was 0.0 minus 0.8. This study also found a strong positive correlation between the packed area, that's the percentage of impervious area, total volume, total runoff volume, highlighting the importance of surface management in urban drainage system. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for presenting your paper in 11 minutes, leaving us with 4 more minutes to engage even before your time expires. So you have listened to him. Initially, I was wondering what is awareness creation about this paper, because it's on we're creating awareness. I can tell you what I got from this paper. One design does not fit in all cases. We have seen in some ministries of water resources in states where all the drainages, just one design. Everything. They go here, one part of the town, another part of the town. Everything is the same design in the south, of the town, the same. But what he is telling us is that, look, the Manning's coefficient and all that stuff, we'll need to look at it with respect to location. You know, it may vary according to location. So when you carry a design here and go and implement it in the other place, it's a big problem. Okay, so for me, that is my take home. But my worry, sir, is that the model you used is EPA model. Okay, so EPA, is it not a model from over there? You know? So the basic thing is we should also start developing our own coefficients and models in country. You know, the people in the built environment today, they are still using British standards. When you use British standards in designing a house in Nigeria, what do you expect? They'll be talking about loading of snow on top of the roof. I don't think we have snow here. It's either will lead to under-design or over-design. So I want to welcome you to engage very seriously with the presenter so that we will be sure that the awareness he has created, we are taking something home. Yes, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thought that you want to discuss the paper alone. Professor John, thank you for a well presented paper. Of course, we don't expect less. Please go to the slide on the conclusion. Yes, this is where I want all of us to pay attention. Conclusion, you said, in the conclusion, you said the study analyzed drainage systems in Boso, Mina, Niger State, using the storm water management model to understand the sensitivity and uncertainty of key hydrological and hydraulic parameters. To me, that is not a conclusion. You have told us earlier in the paper what study you are reporting. You have told us all this. at the beginning. So it can't come back here as a conclusion. The same thing with the second one. The study focused on understanding peak discharge, total runoff volume, and time to peak under varying input parameter uncertainties using the Latin hypercube sampling method. You have also told us the method you are using here. You told us that earlier in the presentation. So, bringing this here in conclusion is like you are repeating yourself. All conclusions should be telling us is your major results, the interpretation, your interpretation of the major results you got from your study. That's what we should be seeing in the conclusion. I thought I should share this with all of us so that we don't make similar mistakes in future. The conclusion, somebody may just look at the abstract and then go straight to the conclusion. And what you want to see is, yes, this is a nice presentation, a nice paper. He told us what he's going to do. He did it. So what is the outcome? The question that may follow in the conclusion 1 and 2 will be, and so what? You did all this, and so what? Because it's the so what that we are expecting now. Do you follow
which is what I summarized.
My son.
Yeah, which is what I summarized, because at the end of the day, the take home. Yes, John Audu. John Audu. Toby, is it a question or
Okay, please, I want to, my name is Engineer Dr. John Audu from Joyce Tucker University. I wanted to verify from the prof, the storm model, stormwater model management model, is it a software package or the model is used inside with another kind of software package, or it comes as a single package?
Okay, the EPA model.
Yes.
Because that's the model
because some of the parameters that I'm seeing that he analyzed are also in other packages. So I want to know whether the model was single-handedly done manually, and then some of the data were now moved to other packages, which was not mentioned here, or the model itself come as a single software package.
Okay, Toby. Let's pass the microphone. We have 6 more minutes to the end of this session.
Thank you, Prof, for the beautiful job done. I just want to ask that I asked a similar question in the Jaime session yesterday, meaning the afternoon. It's on hierarchical model. During your discussion, you keep mentioning we assume. We understand the challenge with hierarchical modeling in the context of Africa, that data scarcity is a major issue. We have, during my presentations in school, we have discussed that again and again. Also, during presentation, that's our NSC presentation is a major challenge, even for people constructing roads, bridges. So how do we actually handle data without making the errors that those manufacturers also make also? Thank you. I'm not sure I'm clear, sir.
Thank you very much, sirs. Yes, EPA was used, but what we did was to develop on the coefficients that are attached to the EPA equation model itself. And in doing this, we have to put a lot of things into consideration. So we don't adopt their own developed coefficients already. Like what we did, we were able to develop the Manning's coefficient for specific soils in Nigeria. And when we place this coefficient, when we place all our information from here into this equations, using our own coefficient, we're able to see the difference, huge difference between the two. I think that answers your question also. So I'll come to your observation. Now, concerning your area of concern, it is true we have poor systems of keeping data. Now, one way we can go about it is we develop a data bank individually, institution-based, where we can start accessing some of this information. I can tell you this, while we were looking for rainfall data for 35 years, we couldn't get in Mina. We came to NIMET here to buy. I know how much we paid for it. For the 35 years, we paid over 2 million naira. It's not much, yes. But for starters like us, it is much. It's a project that was not sponsored. So we had to articulate, we had to look for funds, we had to source for money. If we had gotten information for 100 years, we would have been able to give specific information on where and what we should use for Nigeria's situation to address some of these flaws that we have. One major thing before I will drop the mic is that rainy season in Abuja is a dead zone. This I can tell you confidently because I was caught up in one of them. For about 4 hours, it was the grace of God that did not allow our vehicle to be swept away, washed away. And the issue was that why? How? Where did we miss it? As much as I advocate for foreign companies to come and do their things, present your designs on the table. Let us see what you have. Let's see what you have. So on the issue of the two conclusions, what I tried to do was also bring a little bit of information from what I had before and then see how I can streamline everybody into it. Because I know that some people don't believe in going through the main work. They will just pick the conclusion, read, and then they move on. But I will take corrections.
There's no correction to be taken. Prof has been an external examiner to our university. So we know how he handles the students on this class. So it's not as if he does not understand. I say he repeated it for purpose of those who missed it. Yeah. That people who, I'm coming, sir. Yeah, the people who missed it at the beginning, so that they can get it. What he just said, and I'm coming, Prof. Ambassador. Let me say that we have more time because we are told that lunch may not be ready now. So we can allow as many people as want to engage to do so. Okay, yeah. So if you look at my Hilux, it's damaged on the passenger side. This new road from Makurdi to Abuja, during the rains, there were 3 flooded areas, heavily flooded. And we were wondering, what about the designs, the culverts, the whole of that? So I was coming to Abuja, I crossed the first one, I entered. I said, this is Hilux, man. I crossed the second one. Then I came to the third one. Everybody, vehicles were parked. Very long, this side, that side. I said, no, this is Hilux. I entered. And it was only God, like he said. Because there was another big lorry that broke down attempting to cross. And at that place, the volume of water, because the lorry itself was an obstruction to water flow. So in trying to just pass by, the water carried me and hit me against the lorry, and I couldn't move. So I sat down in water, our legs were in water, and we were calling for help, and help could not come until the water receded. That was when we were able to get out of that situation with help from the other people who came. So it's a new road, so we shouldn't. But because they bring designs from over there, and they don't even allow us here to look at them. And this is where we are. So, Prof, after the ambassador, the Mena, and then also John wants to make an intervention too.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You hit the point. Point I want when you are concluding on your last intervention. You cannot base your modeling on conditions from one location and bring that model to a different location. The coefficients in that model, they are based on certain factors. And that is one of the conclusions of your work. You've proven that the coefficients must be site-specific. The coefficients must be site-specific. You go to Arizona and then you bring the coefficients determined there. You bring them to somewhere in Nasarawa State and you apply them directly. You have to check the conditions under which you are operating. The coefficients in your model, they are dependent on certain properties of the soil that is in question. So the soils are different in different forms, different ways. So your work has shown that it is not right to just pick models directly and apply them. That those coefficients must be determined based on sites. In situ, you must determine the coefficients. That's the point I want to add. And that's one of the conclusions of your work. Thank you.
And that is very, very important. And I'm happy the ministry staff are here. Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. So when you are designing all that you are designing, ensure that you don't just go and take something from elsewhere and apply here. It won't work. Yes, Professor Mena. I think there's someone online too, the main author, Toyin Peter Abegurin, Prof. He will also want to intervene. So please, technical, let's be seeing how we can engage him. Say he has been raising his hand online so that you also bring him in. Yes, Prof.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, the presenter, for that wonderful presentation. Like the Excellency Ambassador said, we don't expect less. However, I have one observation and maybe a question. The first observation regarding the issue of design of drainage systems, that most of our designs are wrong. That's a very categorical statement regarding the design, which you didn't specify. Which is it, the drainage for the irrigation or the drainages for municipal drainages? You said you use weather data, I guess from 1990 to date. What's if for 35 years? Yeah. using that data, you may fall into the same trap of those who did wrong design. My reason is that most of the data we use for designing these type of structures, we need not less than 75 years and even over 100 years, because the return period for some of these storms doesn't come quite near. Within 35 years, some of the heavy storms don't even occur. So if you use 35 years data to design, chances are you must have missed out that heavy return period of a storm that could overflow your design. So this is the first concern. Secondly, you said you developed the Manning's coefficient for different soils in Nigeria. I don't know whether in Mina or in Nigeria. The procedure, the model that you use in coming up with those Manning's coefficients, I'm sure maybe some of us here share the same sentiment on this issue, that there was no sensitivity analysis to understand those factors that are main key drivers in developing, in coming up with those Manning's coefficients. For the local ones, because we are talking about the local, I agree that it's good that we have our local indices for designs and for all these engineering structures. So I commend that effort, but I think we need to pick these few observations to come up with a better and a very strong parameters that can give us a very good design. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we have one online, but we will ask our father in the house to make mention, and the chairman too of the, not only technical, this man is chairman of everything. Accommodation, logistics.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My contribution is not much. It's I observed twice. I've heard somebody speaking about the Manning's formula. The N there is not a function of only soil, please. It has to do, it's a measure of roughness, isn't it? Yes. Roughness of the channel. So it's not only the soil, but also the nature. That's why you see in some texts where they have list the values for N, they specify the nature of the cover, whether it's highly forested or it's very well grassed and all the rest. It's not just a function of the soil, please. Because if you use only use soil alone, I mean you're not going to get anywhere. Now, I've also heard a lot of things said about that using the model. It's not necessarily the model, but the inputs, the data, what to put in there. And the chairman said something that is location specific. I agree. It is not the formula that is location specific, but the inputs, the components. You take the velocity of flow, for example. It says R2/3 S square root S over N. The S you can't do much about that one. But the R and the N, I think those are the ones that will be location specific. So this, I've been thinking about that. I think I should just say it.
Baba can still remember all the questions. So let's take our online participant before network will begin to play a fast one on us.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Like Baba said, I do not think what is wrong is the Mannish formula. The Mannish formula is just an estimation of the velocity of flow, which is a function of the roughness, the hydraulic radius, and the longitudinal slope. What is responsible for the failure of most of our drainage or canal is the wrong estimation of the runoff producing characteristics of the catchment area. The runoff, the presenter mentioned that in Mina, most of the time the water will infiltrate with little depth and hit rocks. Those are the factors that affect the failure of the drainage. Ordinarily, three things are taken into consideration: the velocity of flow, which has to do with the Mannish formula, the area of the channel, of the drainage or canal in this case, and the discharge. The chairman is giving the instance of when his Helos was hit by water. What may have constituted that is wrong estimation of the hydraulic property of the soil around the catchment area. If, for example, the design of the drainage is made before buildings are made along the channel, it is very possible that that drainage may be effective. But as long as we are increasing the building along the channel side, there will be an increase in impervious layer, which will lead to higher runoff generation. Then the capacity of that drainage may not be able to carry the discharge. That's what is causing the problem. The Mannish coefficient we are talking about here is a range. It has to do with whether the surface is smooth or rough, which eventually will affect the velocity. It's not the problem. The major problem is, one, the runoff coefficient of the catchment area, the rainfall intensity and the amount, and the size of the catchment, which influence the volume of water produced. Those are the things that can lead to the failure of the drainage. The runoff coefficient, if with practice, one should be able to take a range that will fit the kind of lining we are using. For example, if our drainage or canal is lined with concrete, that means a better hydraulic grade, meaning that what? The volume of water, the velocity of flow can be increased. But if one has not taken into consideration the runoff producing characteristics of the area in terms of rainfall, the hydraulic property of the soil, and the size of the area, there could be a problem. The volume of water produced may be higher than what the drainage can carry, and there will be a failure. So I do not see it as the problem of Mannish. Another thing is, how is our flowing along the canal? We can have spatially varying flow. For example, what is discharging into the drainage or canal can be increasing down the slope. And if the canal or the drainage has been designed to convey only the size or the volume of water at the upper reach, and some other volume is added to it in transit, the capacity may not be able to, the canal may not have enough capacity. That one will also lead to failure. Another thing is the slope itself, which is embedded in the Mannish. If the slope is increasing unnecessarily down the slope, then there will be an increase in velocity, which can go beyond the stable degree, and that one can lead to scarring of the channel. So I do not see Mannish roughness as a problem of canal failure or drainage failure, but the runoff producing characteristics of the area, which is a function of the rainfall, the catchment area size, and the runoff coefficient of the area. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So, yes, Prof wants to say something. Let's. The chairman technical committee said Papa has already said what he wanted to say. So he's you will speak then, John.
Okay, just a small.
Oh, okay.
Maybe a simple question.
Yes.
Dr. Mena, unfortunately, he has left. He threw a question.
He can't leave now. He's
He left.
rapporteur for this session.
Now, he was challenging the use of how many years of rainfall data? 35 years. Now, and that is where my question comes from. Several times today and even yesterday, we had a lot about climate change. We said due to climate change, rainfall patterns have changed, right? So now, in this type of research, how many years of rainfall data should we be looking at? Because we know that the way rains may fall this year will be different from the way they went last year. And next year, they could be different. And if you look at a trend of, say, 10 years, there may not be any trend because each year may be completely different due to climate change. So can we educate ourselves on what to do here under this circumstance?
It's okay. The paper presenter will say what we can do.
Well, I want to agree with everybody and say a big thank you. There is no problem with the formula for Manning's coefficient, but there's problem with the values that are attached to those coefficients, which we worked on and developed our own values to assert what we looked at. And that's why we had those variances. Now, this issue of climate change, about 6 years ago, or 7 years ago to be specific, myself and some colleagues of ours, we worked on trying to predict what the rainfall was going to look like for the next 25 years. And incidentally, we saw what we saw last year coming about 7 years ago. And there's not going to be any difference from what happened last year with what is going to happen this year. Conveniently, I can tell you this. What happened last year was that we saw a blackout of about 7 weeks of no rainfall. Farmers rushed into the farm. They planted twice, some 3 times. Their seeds died in the field, creating a huge gap, a huge expense for the farmers. Now, this year is not going to be any different from what we had last year. It might be shorter and it might be longer, but it's not going to be any different. So what do we do under this situation? We have actually looked at the calendar to see that we should be expecting rainfall to start to normalize as from last week of May to first week of June. So it's advisable for farmers to, I'm not saying forget about this early rain, no. Because what if it changes? What do we do? So if they are going to plant at all, they should look for cost-effective seedlings, like the melon seeds. They can go on those ones and plant. They are resistive to drought to a certain extent, so that the farmer does not lose out in totality. But when you're going for things like maize, things like rice, things like soya beans, be sure that you're going to run into a serious calamity, as I ran calamity last year, despite my own prediction too. So the 35-year rainfall that Dr. Maina was talking about, let me be honest with us here. Even NIMET as a body does not have a consistent rainfall record. We have a lot of what we call missing values. Now, what we do with these missing values is we try to look for where we have consistency, and then we have similar patterns occurring. Then we bring them to have a sum total of that 35 years. Ideally, for us to come up with designs like this, the minimum amount of rainfall we're supposed to be looking for is 100 years. All of us are very much aware that in Nigeria, for you to come and have 100-year rainfall record or climate record is almost impossible. So we start by testing the waters with 35 years. Sooner or later, we'll get a consistent record of 50 years, 70 years, then we can have our own standardized formula for Nigerian situations. Now, when I made this presentation, I said some soils. I'm talking about soils with similar characteristics. If you have a soil of same characteristics here in Abuja, it may work for the formula that we developed in Mina. But we must carry out an extensive soil analysis that will help us to use the formula. Else, it's going to be impossible. And as I said earlier, we did not change the orientation of Manning's coefficient. What we changed were the values attached to each of these parameters inside this Manning's coefficient, which help us to design what we're supposed to work with. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. They just planted my yam farm this morning. I got a call from village announcing that they have started planting. And the presenter is here telling me that I have made a very poor decision. So of when to plant. And this is why we're asking for irrigation. This is why we're advocating for irrigation, so that we can just, with supplementary irrigation, get over this. It's always that spell. It happened last year, you know, so that we can just, with irrigation, get over that spell and to get the losses. One seed yam now is 800 naira. Tell people that less than 800. So be 100 upwards. So when reporters call me and ask me why is it, I say, why shouldn't it be? So thank you very much. Announcement.
All right, thank you. This is a very interesting and a very good session with all the contributions. I just noticed that the teacher who taught me hydraulic, okay, Prof, I thought I was going to hear your voice on all this Manning's equation. Yeah, because it was from his mouth, I first had Manning's equation. And I was wondering, what is Manning's? Thank you very much, sir. Well, you know, so we are, it's an assembly of who are on the field in this. And I wanted to make an input. When I had our father, Professor Adeniji, explained that, he said it was what I wanted to talk about. And it's interesting that it will be 85 by June. And at 85, he can still remind some of us those equations and the values and all of that. So please appreciate him one more time. You know, God is good to him. God will continue to keep you. Thank you very much, sir. So thank you for all your input. We're going for lunch now. It is between 1:30 and 2:30 exactly, because by 2:30 the next session will start here. And please, tomorrow there will be a national symposium, and then there will be high-level policy dialogue. These are very important events for this conference, and we will wish that you still stay around to be part of the meeting. The real conference is closing tomorrow with a closing event and a gala night. So please Since we are enjoying it, let's enjoy this to the end of Wednesday. And if you have registered for the technical tour to Kano, please, that will happen on Thursday in the morning. God bless you. Thank you very much. Okay, you are done?
Session.
So let's provide those who want to be part of
Okay, thank you very much. You see, we are supposed to start this session by 2:30, and already we have lost about 50. To that, I understand that we have an that are listed, so we really are short of time. So I will urge presenters to please make their presentations within 10 minutes, because for the 6 papers, 10 minutes means we are going to take a whole hour, and the whole time for these our questions and answer sessions. So please, 10 minutes I think would be very appropriate. At most 15.
Meaning we are not investing enough in developing structures. Tap, because since Lagdo, let's say, dam was built, there has been no development along the Benue River. So when Lagdo water is released, there is nothing to soften the effect. And even if you do have, what do you do with that water? Because here you have a lot of the levees along the river banks that are overtopped. So every year, year 22 and year 24 were really devastating in terms of floods. So some have suggested interbasin water transfer to secure access by artificially conveying water from location of surplus where there is scarcity to solve large societal challenges. So, but we all know that interbasin water transfer is often complex, large, and costly. So, but so are the cost of floods. You know, so IBTA project could reduce this flood damage while enhancing irrigation development. So the critical issue will the critical issues will be to evaluate floodplains and irrigation management programs. What must we do to ensure that integrated basin water transfer synergize with integrated flood management to enhance sustainable irrigation development and food security, and recommend changes in policies, programs, and procedure to achieve food security. I will quickly run through this. I briefly went through the global perspective on interbasin water transfer for water management. The second World Water Forum that was held in Hague in March 2000, water was said to be one of the central issues of 21st century, and that the life of billions of people will depend on wise management of this resource. And I think we are a witness to this here in Nigeria. And global primary water supply will have to be increased by 41% to sustainably cope with world population growth. An interbasin water transfer, an age-old established method for increasing water supply, has been widely implemented to address urgent demands of water deficit problems in many parts of the world. Like all solutions to water management challenge, interbasin water transfer has both advantages and disadvantages. It is therefore necessary to negotiate a balanced, coordinated, and harmonized relationship between the donor and the recipient region. Well, I've talked about the food security situation, the fact that Nigeria population already exceeds the carrying capacity of its land resources unless cultivated using productivity enhancing factors such as fertilizer, improved irrigation, among others. This was the statement by FAO as way back as 1995. 30 years later, definitely we are witness to this situation. And it would have been nice to put a dam to trap the water, say, from Lagdo and irrigate. But unfortunately, down south, because of the huge population, we don't have the land. The north, where there is water scarcity, there is ample land. So, for the purpose irrigation, there are 8 agroecological zones governed by combined effect of rainfall variation, soil humidity, and temperature. Now, these are the 6 ecological zones identified by TAPA and NINSEED in 2022, and also by FAO in 2005. I will not go through this because it's now the tendency is to think, we are doing well. I just felt I should give this as to make us realize how far behind we are in terms of irrigation development in Nigeria. If you look at Italy, look at the population, compare it with Nigeria. Nigeria has almost 4 times the population of Italy, but look at the number of irrigated area, 2.73 million hectares, as compared to 0.25 million we have in Nigeria currently. And Morocco has about 36 million people. When you compare it to Nigeria, you see, although the land mass is almost the same with us, but we know most of it is desert. But still see, they have 1.6 million hectares under irrigation as compared to ours. Spain is another. So clearly, we need more irrigation development and not less. So, for some of us who are into irrigation practice, it was a wonderful thing to see the current administration clearly state in their agenda and their manifesto that it is a major issue of the president himself, because he campaigned on that promise. And in that document, they said our irrigation program, which shall be termed Irrigate Nigeria Project, will be based on PPP approach. The government shall provide an enabling environment encouraging construction of small-scale irrigation and water catchment system by private sector participants using modern technology to support domestic farmers, produce offtake guarantees, link farmers to market and food processing plants. So we ought to pick this and run with it. But unfortunately, up till now, the Federal Ministry of Water Resources is yet to start any program that implements this agenda or this manifesto. Instead, you see it's Nesani who are producing some solar irrigation system and calling it Irrigate Nigeria Project. That can't be a project. So I think I've done this before. I started with it. A number of integrated basin water transfer schemes have been suggested, but the most prominent one has been that where are we going to Congo River to transfer water to Lake Chad Basin, when we could look at the possibility of transferring this excess flood in the Benue catchment in particular, so that we can supplement the Lake Chad and also irrigate some areas along the way. But how do we now do this too, so that it is a win-win solution? That's the point. How do we tap that opportunity of the floods using integrated flood management to provide the water for interbasin water transfer and secure water for irrigation and food security? First, the key water rules and challenges has to be looked into. We have to share responsibility and cost for floodplain management among federal, state, and local government and impacted community. Right now, I'm sorry, anytime we have flood, federal government comes with money, you don't know where it goes. At the end, there is nothing to checkmate tomorrow's flood. The money is gone. Instead of having a plan that brings, like everybody will put his money, state government will insist on the money getting to them. I'm sorry, we all know, nothing happened. So politicians will take it, they will go and give the flood, the emergency management agency will go and give some poor farmers who lost their farmland and property some token. There will be publicity, it will be flashed in the television in the that evening, and that's it. You won't hear anything until next year when there is another flood. I think to address this economic water scarcity that we need to harness everybody's resources and channel it to some of this. Use all means available to reduce vulnerability to flood damages. Avoid use of floodplain. Do not develop when you do not need to. Minimize damage to development that does occur. That's watershed, wetland, floodplain, flood-proofing, voluntary relocation, levees and flood walls, and interbasin water transfer. Mitigate damages that will occur through early warning, insurance, and education. And ensure compliance with the 5 critical criteria for evaluating interbasin water transfer projects. And the 5 critical criteria that was suggested by Cox, I think in 2002 at an international conference in Paris. He gave this, which today is come to be seen as the grill on interbasin water transfer, that the receiving basin or area must face water scarcity that cannot be avoided by any other reasonable measures. And we know for sure some parts of Borno State and some parts of Katsina and Zamfara, Jigawa, and a bit of Sokoto cannot solve their problem other than having water transferred somewhere, because the rains are not coming anymore. And they don't have any reservoirs currently. And those reservoirs that are there, a lot of the time they don't fill up because there is insufficient rain. The water resources of the Dono Basin must be adequate, and any loss must be compensated. We know for sure, if you have devastating floods as we have been witnessing, it surely means the Dono Basins have adequate water, because they do have more rains, and do have more rains than, and then substantial environmental damage. Okay. No substantial sociocultural disruption should result in either basin area, including even emotional and religious motivations. And the fifth is the benefit of interbasin water transfer should be equitably shared between the area of delivery and the area of origin. How do we get there then? We have to balance available water resource with the demand. The 3 tons of the water screw. First turn, get more water. Develop and implement coherent management and exploitable plans based on better forecasting of supply and demand, including improving capacity to forecast. And then the second turn involves redirecting to get more use per drop, including reducing demand through reuse and recycling of wastewater, financial instrument to reduce consumption of water and minimize losses. The third and the final turn includes interbasin water transfer. So it's not that if you have water scarcity, you start talking about interbasin. No, you have to go through the first 2 processes. It's only if after doing these 2 processes, you are still faced with the problem that you can now start looking at interbasin. And I think we have not started looking at these things more carefully. Do we have the capacity for integrated flood management that is synergistic with interbasin water transfer scheme? Because of the high cost of construction and maintenance, there is tension and conflict between stakeholders, and there is possible impact of water quality degradation. The reason this tension and conflict is the principal reason we don't even contemplate it. But how long are we going to continue? If you go to Australia, all Murray-Darling river has not drained into the sea for the last 30 years because they optimally use every water on that river so that nothing goes into sea. So if we are now, I think we need to sit down. Unfortunately, if you see the reaction people gave to National Water Resource Bill, it's funny. They are from our colleagues, the educated one, and if you dig down, you find that they have not even read it. It's one politician that told them, and therefore they have taken it. And when they discover the people who wrote the document, then they start, how could they have done this? You now ask them, who lives downstream? You. Anybody who lives downstream. The reason why Nigeria is worried about all these transboundary rivers is because we live downstream. Egypt worries about Nile because it lives downstream. The person living downstream is the one who needs a regulation to safeguard him. But when you now have those who are living downstream saying they don't want any safeguard, then you know they don't know what they are saying. You know. So we need the area of focus is to develop a flexible nationalistic strategic plan to increase food self-sufficiency and to achieve food security, including possibility of using interbasin water transfer. Collectively manage our shared water resource for the greater good of all of us by way of visionary leaders to lead in constructive engagement to optimally utilize our shared water resource and stop the gun-butting politics. Our colonial fathers partitioned Africa. Our heads of state in 1971 nearly had a clash of heads, but for the intervention of the then Egyptian president, led by Kwame Nkrumah and Nigeria, who asked, were we party to this partitioning? He said no. So where are we fighting over this partition? We are all brothers. If you leave we must find a way to share whatever we have and move on. If you can't change a thing, then find a way to manage it. So that is what we need, some sensible politics, not just you stop anything and you can't find a replacement. No nation progress beyond the quality of its technocrats. Engineers must do more. We need to say more. We need to educate people to understand what is at stake. You know, promote the interrelationship between green and blue water flows. So, how do we get there? So we need to agree on priority of access to water, how much and on what terms. Then we know for sure the first water priority is for human consumption. So 70 to 100 liters per capita per day is top priority. That we can't compromise. Then we share the remaining water between other sectors of society and balance the demand for societal use versus providing enough for environmental flow to sustain ecological and ecosystem service. We need to rescue legitimacy of our water management from external actors. What I mean here is that today, 90% of whatever we quote is from World Bank, FAO, or some other external source. We don't have data we can say it is our own. Even when we talk about irrigation potentials, the definition is not. I've asked this, how did they get the so-called 3.1 million hectare of potential? Because to my mind, we should be near 4.5. No, 3.1. But again, we need to do more. And I think we need to search ourselves and find a way to generate our own data and to begin to say our narrative. If you go to the history, like India and China are trying to even link all their rivers if possible. But try going to any of this World Bank or this, they will tell you that interbasin is not the correct way to go. So what is the correct way? They say a beggar has no choice. I think that's, we need to begin to look more and mobilize our resources. Continuously monitor and evaluate performance. One of the things we do is, once a project is launched, nobody follows it. And midstream, it is replaced with another project with no terminal report, nothing. So corruption is easy to manifest because nobody is held accountable. So the prevailing scenario is that we are bitten by a snake, and instead of trying to help ourselves to heal and recover from the poison, we are trying to catch the snake to find out the reason it bit you and to prove to it that you didn't deserve it. That's the truth. Because all the time we are asking for validation from external people, and they are the ones who put us in this problem. They won't want us out of that problem. Of course, if we are food secure, we are likely to be more independent. So it is not in their best interest for us to be food secure. You know? So lack of adequate investment in water development and poor management are the driving forces behind impending water crisis that require comprehensive technical solution, complemented with social and institutional transformation. So that's it. Is this a recap and key takeaway? I thank you for listening, and I hope you find what I said very useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think since we have up to 6 presenters, I would want us to take 3 of the presenters. If you have questions, please note down your questions for the presenter. And so when we come to discussions, you can ask your questions. So I will want to invite the second presenter, which is Ambassador Mamman. Title is Transboundary Water Policy Conflicts and Policies, a case study of Lake Chad Basin. Thank you. Is the paper up? Please. So note down your question for the last presenter, and then when we do the next 2, we can discuss for a few minutes and then we'll take the remaining 3.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Executive Secretary of LCBC, I want to present you Transboundary Water Policy, Conflict and Politics, a case study of the Lake Chad Basin. Since yesterday and today, we're talking about irrigation without knowing that most of those water course or water potential or rivers fall within international rivers, are also transboundary rivers. We need certain policy guidance before designing any irrigation scheme. So this is just the plan of the presentation. Just a recap for those that don't know Lake Chad Basin Commission. It was created on 22nd of May 1964 by the 4 riparian countries of the Lake Chad, which are Cameroon, Niger, Nigeria, and Chad, through Lamy Convention. And those 4 countries were joined later by Central African Republic in 1996, and Libya was also admitted as member in 28. There are some countries that are observer of the Commission, like Sudan, Egypt, Republic of Congo, and Democratic Republic of Congo. They have not signed the convention creating the LCBC, but they are observers. And the headquarters of the Lake Chad Basin Commission is in N'Djamena, Chad. The mandate of LCB is to manage the water of the Lake Chad and the other transboundary water resources in the Lake Chad Basin in a sustainably and equitable way. To conserve the ecosystem of the conventional basin, promote regional integration, and safeguard peace and security in the conventional basin. Lake Chad Basin is one of the regional basins that has also a security mandate. That's why we have the multinational joint force managed by the Lake Chad Basin Commission. These are the surface area of the basin. We have the topographic basin, but where LCBC has authority to act is what we call the conventional basin. This is the one we have in yellow, and the other one is the topographic. We can see there are some of the country like Algeria, member of the commission, but they are concerned by the topographic or hydrographic basin of the Lake Chad Basin. If you want to carry out any project within the Lake Chad Basin, like donors, World Bank need to know what are the view of the Algeria, because they are concerned about the groundwater resources that flow up to the lake. Though the conventional basin is about a topographic area of 969 square kilometer. Also, the Lake Chad Basin is an area of high potential irrigation in terms of also fishing, farming, and livestock. The opportunity and challenge within the basin, we have opportunity and we have also challenges. Most of the challenges we're having is conflict within the basin. Spread of violence from armed group in Nigeria to neighboring country. All of us know that about the issue of the Boko Haram in the basin. I also have displacement, Africa's largest and most complex displacement crisis. We have also climate variability. We have talked about it since morning, and changes. The impact of climate variability and changes has been exacerbating tension over access to natural resources across the country. So if you want to design any irrigation scheme within the area, you have to take into consideration this climate variability and changes. We also have opportunity within the basin. When you take into consideration, it can take us ahead. These are the sharing resources for the region. About 4 million people from across the 5 countries benefit from the Lake Chad richest natural resources, strong regional interdependency, and cross-border dynamics between the member countries. When we are within the basin, we enter Cameroon, we enter that without knowing that we are within another country. So we have also one of the youngest and fastest growing population in Africa, which could be a driver of economic growth if better used. We have also extents of a consultative framework like SBC, where issues related to the basin discussed between the member countries to avoid any that arises. We have also what we call LCB strategic policy orientation document that will guide member country in decision taking. First, with all those environmental, security, and sustainable development challenges, the LCBC, in line with its mandate and in collaboration with its partners, has prepared a strategic policy document to address those challenges and issues in the basin. Among those policy guiding documents, we have some that are legally binding policy documents and policy guidance document or oriented document. We are going to see those that are binding document like the policy binding document, legally binding document at the Fort Lamy Convention, signed by all riparian or member states of the Commission. We have also the Lake Chad Basin Water Charter, which are legally binding document to all member countries. Because it's hard to follow a long procedure within each member country. It has to go to national before asking for the head of state for the ratification. Based on those ratifications, the document will be sent to the host country that are Chad for sending to United Nations for ratification. Right now, we have 3 member countries that deposited their ratification document to the host country, which are Chad. So those member countries are Nigeria, Cameroon, and Chad. We have also what we call the policy document. Those are some strategic action plan program we have SAP. We have also regional stabilization strategy, recovery and resilience of Boko Haram affected area in the Lake Chad Basin, which we call the regional stabilization strategy. We have also some decision of the head of state and government and some resolution of the Council of Ministers. So the legally binding document, which is the Water Charter, that fall under the framework set by the Fort Lamy Convention that created the Lake Chad Basin Commission. So it contributes to the implementation of the shared vision and the strategic action program of the LCBC. The Lake Chad and the water course, aquifer and aquatic ecosystem containing in the hydrographic basin are thereby declared international water. So whenever any member state that want to carry out irrigation or design irrigation scheme within the Lake Chad Basin, like Komadougou, Yobe water system, must send all the necessary documents to the Lake Chad Basin and sending it to the other member countries to give their view on the project. If the project doesn't have any jeopardizing anything regarding the basin. The Water Charter constitutes a binding framework, the global purpose of which is the sustainable development of the Lake Chad Basin, integrated and equitable, coordinated management of the resources within the basin. Advocate good governance also, sub-regional cooperation and solidarity based on the common interest within the member country. The Water Charter applies to all public and private sector ongoing and planned measures within the basin. It's applied to the part of the member country, laying within the hydrographic and hydrogeographical basin of the Lake Chad Basin. Regarding the things orienting document policy to avoid conflict and to settlement dispute within the basin, we have what we call prior notification and plan measures. So because as I've said, any member country that will carry out any project within the basin has obligation to issue prior notification and authorization to the Commission, obligation for declaration also, notification via the Commission, and also impose the time frame for responding to the notification. All these binding notifications are within the Lake Chad Basin Water Charter. We have also authorization to proceed to the plan measures, emergency implementation of plan measures. We also have what we call equitable and reasonable utilization in terms of quality and quantity of the water resources, abstraction of the resources, either ground or surface water within the basin. We also, what we have for settlement of dispute, obligation to settle interstate dispute in a friendly manner among the member states, dispute resolution by LCBC, dispute resolution by regional and sub-regional body, judicial dispute. In terms of policy guidance documents, Mr. Chair, we have what we call the Strategic Action Program adopted in Abuja in 2022 by the Summit of Head of State. And the document is to enhance regional and environmental state. Laying down also principle of environmental management and cooperation among member states, and establish a long-term vision of the sustainable development of the Lake Chad Basin. Presently, the key challenges to the sustainable integrated management of the basin and set the regionally agreed ecosystem quality and the resources objective and appropriate environmental water quality within the basin, and set up some indicators in the document. We also have a regional stabilization strategy among the policy guiding document to enhance, which was endorsed and adopted by the LCBC Council of Ministers in August 2028, based also on the 9 strategic objective. The strategy aims to address the short, medium, and long term of the region for stabilization, resilience, and the recovery of the affected area, facilitate transition from intense military engagement to tackling the root cause of the crisis within the basin. So this is just what I want to share with you here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You used exactly 10 minutes, and that's very good. We thank you for that. So like I said earlier, please note down your questions to this second presenter, so that when we come, you ask your questions to either first, second, or third presenter. Now, can you put up the third presenter, which is Engineer Joseph Sabi Jibril.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
We expect to hear from you about construction of big dams and water diversion. Thank you.
Well, not waste time. Protocol, sir.
We are not started timing.
Okay. Okay. All protocols duly observed. Like the chairman has introduced me, you can see my name there. It will interest us that most of the people that taught me dam construction, they are here. Those who also supervised me, like engineer Mrs. Ronke, that is our chair, she was the one supervising me in our dam project. Engineer Madu was also my supervisor there. So that is my name, and those are my numbers and my listen. So the main topic that I want to treat is construction of big, that's in bracket, large dams and water diversions. We discovered that since yesterday, almost every presenter here is calling down. Why? Because water is very, very important. And if we must have that water in a large quantity for us to be able to irrigate, even to generate hydro, even to do recreational, all dimensions we want to use water, we need it in large form. And if we need it in that large form, then dam is the answer. And that dam must be a large dam. Then how do we construct this dam? That is the question everybody is always asking. Like this morning, somebody was asking, how do we know the capacity, the quantity of water in the dam before we can even plan our irrigation? So that was why when I was invited, I said, no, this topic is timely. And if you look at what is happening in Nigeria, just recently, Alau Dam in Maiduguri, it's a disaster. Where I am presently is a dam that failed in Osun State, that is Orai Bumina, and I'm the project director there, reconstructing that dam. So, next. Okay, background. Just like what I've already said here, water is the most important natural resources, not only of a state or a country, but of the entire humanity. The prosperity of the entire humanity, the prosperity of a nation, depends primarily upon the exploitation of this resource. Thus, this can be stated by the primary wealth of a nation is water, which flows in river streams. It self-establishes the importance of rivers, and no other explanation is required to stress this importance. Importance of rivers has been recognized since the time memorial, and rivers have occupied a very prominent place in every stage of human development. With the incoming modernization and mechanization of human life, water and hence rivers are a source of cheap energy, hydro. We cry NEPA. So it is the same water that is being converted to power. You can see water is very, very important. Water is life. So significance in our own area now, irrigation. Irrigation can save us from from disaster and food insecurities. The fact that the provision of irrigation facilities can enhance the yield from irrigated land is about 2.5 tons per hectare, while that from the unirrigated land is about just 0.5 tons per hectare. We all know that the population of the world is proving Matashia theory to be right. Exponential growth. And every human being we must eat. The cloth we are wearing is not agricultural product, even our vehicle tires. So for us to be able to meet up with the global demand on food, clothing, even our tires, and even all other aspects of our life, we must not play with agriculture. And if that agriculture must not be played with, then irrigation becomes inevitable. Coupled with climate challenges we are having. So it can be concluded that if full irrigation facilities are not developed, the production of food grains shall be reduced, as the yield of different crops will be reduced. And if sufficient food grains are not available, the people will remain hungry. And hunger is linked to what? Insecurity. My late father used to tell me, an hungry man doesn't listen to sermons. So food is very, very important. Somebody has to be well fed first, satisfied, before when an imam is preaching him or a pastor is preaching him, before you listen. We are talking of a crisis here and there. It's what? Hunger. In fact, if somebody is very satisfied, nothing bothers him to go and fight or go and steal. So very, very important. Irrigation is very important. So now not available, the people will remain hungry, leading to all-round chaos, looting, economic destruction of the country, hampering its progress of prosperity. Now, like I have said, I am a feed man. This is about 21 years. Even my NYC, I was involved in dam constructions and this in Gombe. I was with the South Corporation under ADP. Then luckily, again, when they took me in Lagos, I was trained in the Abico PLC. So I have been a field man. for the past 21 years, constructing dams, Kaguru Dam, Kudan Dam in Zaria, this thing, Irao Dam, this is irrigation project. I was supervised by our chairman, that is Engineer Ronke, Engineer Madu. So now I'm in Orai Dumina Dam reconstruction. So, like, this is a case study of Irao Dam. This is the vegetation we met. It was even somebody's plantation. That is my surveyor. So what this pictorial this thing is stages how dams should be constructed and how it's being constructed. And to avoid all this failure of dams, it's very dangerous. Look at what happened in Maiduguri. When I heard it, in fact, I said, why? So there are procedures, and that is where my topic is dwelling on. Dam safety, dam procedure, how dams should be constructed, and why it should not fail. There was a question in the morning about dissertation and all this. These people have addressed that. Okay, this is the natural vegetation, maybe Minister of Water Resources or Minister of Agriculture or any state ministry. Oh, come and construct dam for us. You are going to meet this situation. Forest, then an existing river. So now the first thing you do your recognition survey. You see the surveyor there. Well, after we have done the recognition survey, we did clearing and is doing the survey work. Now, you do geotechnical and geophysical, and that is where problem comes. If you don't do those things rightly, then you are preparing a dam that will fail, and the destruction is going to be monumental. You remember what happened in Libya about 2 years or 3 years ago, where 10 communities were wiped out in Libya because of a dam failure. Look at Maiduguri. Look at so many other places. So your geophysical, geotechnical and geophysical, you must take cognizance of it, and it must be properly done, no compromise. Then you come to your artwork and removal of topsoil. You can see our dozers there. Our dozers there. You must do it properly. The overburdens has to be removed. You must get to a very good bearing capacity. So dam foundation, key trench, and all those things must be properly done. That is the dam foundation. So, and you can see here, that is the river that we are going to dam. I said you are going to have a natural vegetation. You are now going to have a river that you want to dam. Then that brings us to what is even the dam itself. A dam is an hydraulic structure that we are building across a flowing river, a naturally occurring river. Then we are doing that to produce an impoundment, a reservoir. And the reservoir is the one that is going to give us the water that we are going to use for whatever purposes we want to use it for, either for irrigation primarily, or for water supply to the community, or for even hydro generation, or for even recreational purposes, or for animals, husbandry, or whatever purposes you want to use the water for. Reservoir is very, very important. And that is where the water will come from. So now, this stage we are seeing, that is the spillway. And very, very important. Spillway, and I'm coming to bottom outlets. Those are those two key areas. If you don't get it right, I say foundation. If you don't get the foundation right, you are prepared for failure. Like this building now, if the foundation is not properly done, there can be settlement. There can be any form of failure, crack, upliftment, whatever. So the same thing down. So now this is a spillway, and the spillway, that is where now you are blocking water, a naturally occurring river that the water should not flow. And water is superior to anything. God didn't tell us when he created water in the Quran, in the Bible. Water is existing with God. So you now want to stop it? You have to prepare. So spillway must be properly selected and designed. This spillway you are seeing is in Kaguru. That is the one that's constructed in Kaguru. And this is the pier. This is the pier. Then you have slope protection of the embankment. Because most of our dams in Nigeria, except few like Kanji Dam, like maybe Jeba Dam, they are concrete. But most of our dams, they are embankment, like the one in Budan, in Rao, in Kaguru, that I was involved. So now, slope protection, that's what we are seeing there. Embankment, slope protection, you must use live stones that will be able to withstand the pressure of wave action from the water power, not to erode the embankment.
5 minutes.
Okay, sir, no problem, sir. So now you can see we are supplying our laterite, and it has to properly this thing. Then there you are seeing the spillway retaining wall. There. The retaining wall of the spillway. one, I said spillway is very important to avoid failure of the dam. And your spillway selection is very, very important. I would advise anybody going to dam construction not to locate your spillway at the bed level. That is the problem we are having around presently that I'm addressing. You don't locate your spillway at the bed level because that is the deepest section. Chances are there that the dam will fail. Then it must be structurally stable and hydrodynamically stable. If your spillway fails, I'm sorry, very disastrous. And this is the spillway construction again. That is in Kaguru, the way I did it in Kaguru. You see the piers of the spillway, then there will be a deck on top. What you are seeing there, that is wetting and compaction. Very, very important to avoid problems again. If you are doing art dams, it must be properly wetted and compacted to standard. You see, some contractors and maybe supervisors, when they cut corners, they avoid all this proper compaction and this thing, that leads to dam failure. So, here's me, leveling of laterite. And I think this is what do you call it? Irao Dam. That is the home term of the Akata General of the Federation. So, and this is the construction of the spillway there in Irao. And that is the deck. This is spillway bridge as constructed. Now, the most important aspect I want us to deal with, there was a question in the morning, the silting, and people are arguing, I tried to comment, but I knew my procedure here and my features have captured that. This is bottom outlet. Construction of bottom outlet. This is the one in Irao Dam project. They are metallic pipes of 1 meter dimensions. And we had 2 of them. Then at the middle, we have the concrete type. Originally, the designer recommended the concrete type, just 1. Now, because how important this aspect of dam is, we had to redesign and advise government, that is the client, that there will be need for additional 2 pipes. So the bottom outlet in the Irao Dam project is 1 meter by 3. That is 3 meters. And somebody will ask me, why is this so? Because your success of your scheme or even the dam depends on this. When they were talking of problem of siltation, most designers, either by oversight or by maybe meanness, say, I don't want it to be cost. In dam, don't say you don't want it to be cost. I mean, to be expensive, rather. If you are saying that you don't want that, you are saying that human lives are not important. Your money is more important. Because when dam fails. So, and the failure of your dam depends on your bottom outlet, basically, and the spillway. I've already overemphasized on the spillway importance. Because the spillway, that is the one that will discharge the excess water after you have achieved your maximum water level you want to be found. So the excess water, because you can't stop water, water must take its level. So your spillway, I said it must be structurally stable. It must be hydrodynamically stable. Because by the time the water comes out, it's coming with kinetic energy. For those of us that have gotten together Dam, Shiruru, or Kanji, you see when the water is coming from the reservoir, it's coming with heavy kinetic energy. So how do you control the water? That is where the hydrodynamics comes in. The structural stability, that is the structure itself to be stable, not to settle, not to collapse or crack or whatever. But the hydrodynamics, when the water now comes out, can that spillway control that water? And that is what we call tailwater channels. So you need to control that. So now bottom outlet, for those of us that are into irrigation, that's where you are going to have your water. You know, after the dam like this, down upstream, that is the reservoir. The downstream, you are now going to have your bottom outlet delivering water there, either for your irrigation use or for hydro. Even the turbine is from this bottom outlet is taking water. Then the issue of siltation, when you don't have adequate bottom outlet, the sediment, the alluvial sediment and the load in the reservoir will continue to be building up. And I think I overheard somebody saying that it is 10% is less is this. Let me tell you. That 10% you have already reduced 10% of the reservoir capacity. So you are telling me 10% is not significant to be dredged? But you can avoid the mechanical dredging by selecting the right size of your bottom outlet and scoring outlet. It is scoring outlet because one of the main purposes of this outlet, bottom outlet, is to desilt the dam without you going to bring dredgers, swamp boogies, amphibious excavator, which is another cost of money. By itself, dam itself can desilt itself if the bottom outlet is properly designed and constructed. So that is why it is important. Your intake for water for either municipal supply, industrial supply, irrigation, hydro is from outlet. What you are seeing here, we are building our penstock. And that is the intake. And you know we have two types of intake, either the dry intake or the so all the wet intake. This is the design, and that is where I want us to look at it. This is the spillway design. What you are seeing here, that is the spillway, whatever. Design. Please. So then these are the bending schedules, reinforcement, the bending schedules. Those are. So now, this is even the design of the dam itself. You can see it. That is the design of dam. And I think this is the one in Bomusho. So I integrated many sites. Please conclude. So then our conclusion is what we know is similar to all other conclusions. Dam cannot be overemphasized. But let's not just say dam. It has its negative aspect. And I have mentioned that before. And that is where my conclusion is dealing with. Why we want to construct dams all over everywhere, every community, even my village where I come from. They say we get back to you, everywhere we heard you are constructing dams. And my emir said, my uncle, emir, he said, I don't have dam. It's an insult to me not to have dam when I born you. My mother's brother is the emir. And if you interested, he was the secretary that created the first 12 states. Well, he doesn't have dam in his hometown, and he gave back to me. So now, dam has its own advantages, it has its own disadvantages. The advantages we have, in fact, we cannot exhaust it. But now, the disadvantage aspect of it is what happened in Maiduguri. It's what happened in Libya. It's what's happening always, Lagdo Dam. Why? Because they were not properly designed, they were not properly constructed, and it is important when you want to design a dam, you go to the first principle, and that principle is what? Rational formula that you know. As simple as that rational formula is, it has captured that. So, yes, you use minimum of 50 years return period. So by the time you study the rivers, you come up with your rational formula.
Thank you.
You use your Manis equations.
Thank you
and
very
all
much.
all those hydraulic equations. Then you will get it right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the exciting presentation. Now, like I said, we have 6 presenters, and we have already presented 3. We take a pause from the presentations and maybe ask questions so that we don't forget the 3 presentations that were made. So we want to open the floor for questions or comments on the 3 presentations that we have done. Is there a mobile microphone? Let me take, on average, 3 questions for 3, so maybe about 10 questions. Let me start. I'll give you numbers. Number 1, number 2, yes. Number 3, number 4, 5. Anyone here? 6. So we have 6. Okay, we'll give you 7, sir. So we have 7 questions. Please, where is the microphone? Yeah? Yes. Number 1, please. Now what? When you tell us your name, you tell us the presenter you are asking the questions for. Number 1, 2, or 3. Yes, please. Yes, comments and questions. Yes. Thank you very much. Carry on, please.
President, because of giving me the opportunity to put the question, I would like, unfortunately, I only attended the last presentation. That's why this will be my concern. And I would like to express how much he was talking from his heart. This is a very good presentation for me. But it opened some questions in my mind. And if you allow me to give this, could be the question is, should I have a right if there is an impact on me? I mean, we all know how the American policies are impacting all the world. So when I was a young guy, I was thinking that I should have the right to give a vote for the American president because I am impacted too much by the American policy. This is exactly what comes to me, dam safety. As our colleague was presenting, there are too many data that concerned with the safety of the dam. So assume that we are in the same country. We have the same river in the same country. There is a dam will be in the upstream side. And this dam is improperly installed. Then the risk or the hazard for the downstream part of the system can be danger. And he gave a very good example, even it's not good, it is very dramatic example, the dam failure in Libya, for example. So thousands and millions of people were under the risk of death problems because of the installation of dam. So I'm trying to open the question, the downstream parts, whether it is a transboundary river or internal river, they should take care, because if you do this in the upstream side, of course, no one will intentionally plan to have this, but maybe you do a mistake, and this mistake will destroy other part of the system, other part of the basin. Then at least data sharing, information, I should share with you what you are doing here, because in the end, this will impact the downstream side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Presenter number 3, take note that question is directed to you. Number 2, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Shazali Uba Ajingi from the Nigeria Integrated Water Resources and Management Commission. My comment is just a comment to the first presenter. That is the pioneer chief executive officer to the commission, that is Engineer K. Musa, concerning the key water issues that she mentioned and challenges. So I think during the last council held in Akwa Ibom, the commission has gotten approval from the National Council of Water Resources to develop a policy on flood plan. So which I'm sure if fully developed and implemented, to mitigate the impact of flood to the community within the flood plan area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make some comment before giving a question. On the dam construction, I would like to know what is the threshold of saying to call a large dam? Large dam is what? Which capacity? That is one. And also, I'm thinking that before you construct a dam, there is certain studies, environmental impact assessment, all these activities you have to do to validate so that you can go to the construction. I can see it is an engineer that was doing the presentation. Yes, we want to go straight to the engineering aspect, but there's so many things to do ahead before starting a dam. And the data issue, it is very, very, very important. And also, what is because constructing a dam, what is bringing all this failure? Sometimes it's not failure. It is maybe the monitoring, day-to-day monitoring issues. If you don't have devices, that is equipment to be giving in real time the data to monitor, and also if you don't have the skill, because we are constructing them, who are the people that are monitoring it? Is it the right people? Is it hydrologists? Is this? You can go to a dam, you will see that the competence are not there. So all these are parameters that can bring all these damages and this. And also, what is the silting issue? The silting is a section that is the deposit of silt on it. You have to do, sometimes you can say, today, the dam of Meduguri, is it at the real capacity? How many years that we have done to not drag it? All this, it is what we are thinking that you can see a dam that can do 20 years, 25 years without any action in terms of dragging it. And the water, that's the climate change, the rainfall that is coming in all times, 30 years, if it's come, it's damaged. That is it. And to finish, I would like to appreciate that the presentation from LCBC. The LCBC, it is very important to understand all the information in Water Charter. Because you, Nigeria, you are downstream. Downstream, all the countries that are, you are sharing the resources. And it is a key asset for you to do all your necessity of making it enforce all these activities that are guided in the Water Charter, because it protects you at the downstream. It gives you more information of what is happening upstream. That's what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's number 3, I believe. Now we have to go to number 4. Number 4.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity. My name is MD Aliyu from Hadejima River Business Authority in Kano. I have 2 questions for the last presenter and 1 question for the presenter on Lake Chad Basin. The first question to the last presenter was actually asked by my brother here. My other question is that while the topic reads construction of large dams and diversion, the body of the paper actually did not mention anything diversion. I don't know whether it's an oversight. My question to the presenter on Lake Chad Basin Commission, Lake Chad Basin, is that apart from the inter-basin water transfer, what is the Commission doing on other alternatives to revive the Lake Chad that is known to have dried in the last 20-30 years? I hope I'm clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 5. Number 5.
Once again, good day to you all. And let me start by first commending all the presenters for a job well done. And the presentations were to the point and they were informative and educative. My first question is to the name is Engineer Mukhtar Yerima Giade, Director Dams and Reservoir Operations, Bauchi State Ministry of Water Resources. Now, here I'd like to point out that I am also the focal officer for the National Focal Office of the Lake Chad Basin Commission in the state. So I am starting with the first presenter. My question is with regards to the inter-basin water transfer. As we all know, within the larger Komadugu basin, we have issues relating to dispute between the upstream and downstream communities. Now, within Bauchi, because I am going to speak about my state of Bauchi, within Bauchi alone, the Hadeji Jama area and the Upper Benue Gongola River Basin systems are transversing Bauchi according to previous studies at the rate of around 17.2 billion cubic meters. That is so much. That is so much amount of water that we don't even. In fact, the largest capacity of a dam in Bauchi is the Galala Dam, which is around 30 billion cubic meters. So you can see we don't even have the capacity to even harness a fraction of that amount of water. But of course, we have people downstream in Yobe disputing that we are not going to dam. Of course, the issue of water conservation is very essential. You can't ask somebody in a village hidden by the river bank to not use the water. He definitely is going to use the water. But the question is how and when, because he has a livelihood to support. That is one. Number 2, my question is to the Lake Chad Basin Commission. My brother from the Lake Chad Basin Commission, thank God we actually talk with you outside, but I'm going to say this for the benefit of our colleagues here. In the past, you've been doing some interventions across the riparian states, and we haven't been seeing those interventions. We are still welcoming those interventions. And second of all, you talked about the water charter. I, for one, in 2019 to date, I was the one distributing the water charter because I have all the versions of it, the Arabic version, the Hausa version, the English, and even the French version. I did my best to step down the trainings I had from your place to all the sector players within my state. But that was it. I didn't know that the two other nations of Libya and the Central African Republic have even ratified the charter. Now, this tells you the level of disconnection between the Lake Chad Basin Commission and some of us at the basin. We always talk about refilling the Lake Chad, but this is not going to be possible if there is this communication gap. Like, for instance, the National Focal Office hasn't been up and doing, at least for the past 4 or 5 years, if I can remember. So in that regard, I'm going to ask you to at least do some capacity building and advocacy, particularly among the riparian states, to bring us up to speed with regards to the water charter and your activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Number 6. Please, I want to urge that we go direct to the questions because it's already 4 o'clock and we need more time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question goes to the first speaker. I like the strategy of looking inward to produce our own data, control it, and for integrated water management. However, no one is monitoring most of the project, which is paving way to unwanted attitude of corruption. How do we address this? This goes to all the stakeholders here, if there's any way out. Number 2, how do we disconnect from the donor agencies and face our own challenges? Because you mentioned that the donor agencies or maybe international intervention are also creating a lot of challenge for us. So that is it. Then the last speaker, construction of large dam, big dam. Technically, I don't understand what is big dam, but I know there are large dams, there are medium dams, and small dams. So you need to clarify that for us. Most of the anomalies that happen at the construction level, but usually the design used to be correct. Corruption fuel most of the inadequacies. Because during construction, the contractor and consultant and maybe some of the bad side of the client do connive on the construction issue, and that's give rise to poor construction. But I must say that not all failure of dam as a result of poor construction. It may be due to, just like the last speaker said, maintenance problem. And I can categorically say that we are very, very poor in maintenance culture. So this is it. Then the second question is some of the dam failure also may not be as a result of even the maintenance, but after construction of dam, there are things that need to be put in place to safeguard the dam from collapsing or any problem. But we failed to complete the construction by installing all the necessary instrumentations, which are very important in monitoring and dam maintenance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 7, I wanted to give you just earlier when the microphone was near you, but you have a question, ba? Number 7. Yeah, please take the microphone to him quickly. Pass it, just pass it. Oh. Let's go straight to the question because we are losing time a lot.
Good afternoon, everybody. Engineer Kabir from Katsina State Ministry of Water Resources. We are also into this dam construction. I'm referring to the last speaker. In terms of control for siltation, he made mention of these intake pipes through the embankment. which was being constructed. In addition to this, there is also a new method or a new invention that is being incorporated now in designs for dams, which is called sludge control, which is, if you Google it, you will see it's there, it's being incorporated now in dam designs. And we also have, I've also noticed that in his embankment protection, he placed stones on the embankment, and he ought to have mentioned that there is an additional membrane that is being incorporated to minimize seepage through the embankment, which is called geothermal something. Geotextile material. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all, yes.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask a question on the issue of this bottom outlet thing in controlling siltation. I just want to know the mechanisms, why it does. But anyway, let's go to responses from the presenters. I will take the microphone to the first presenter to respond to all the questions directed at him.
I think one is information, and the other is the question. He wants to know how we can generate data without having to depend on the international bodies to give us data on our country. I think it's simple. The truth is, all of us who have worked in government know the moment you go to our leaders and you say you are going to do a study, they have no money. They would rather do a borehole based on estimation than to allow you to do geophysical survey. They think, because unfortunately for them, they forget that to be something you have to be educated. And education costs money. They will tell you, and the reason why they don't like all these studies is because they think they cannot commission it. Politicians like some fanfare. He would rather go and drill a borehole which will dry up after 1 month, but it will allow him to go and cut the tape and tell them he has brought water. So I think it's left for us to find a way to educate them. Believe it or not, without those data, we are only throwing money, good money after bad structure, and it's important. No, I'm answering his question. All right. The second issue he wanted to know is, how do we find the resources? The donor agencies, we still have to go to them. But as I always say, United States has proven to us, they never came to us to give us money. If they don't think they have something to gain, they will take it away as quickly as they start. So we might as well start learning to do things ourselves. The sooner we understand that in this world of today, there is no free lunch anymore. They don't come here because they love us. They come here to exploit. And if they can't find enough to exploit, they will take their money elsewhere. And what they give you is not what you need, it's what they need you to have. And that's why I'm sorry, my paper is, the presentation is supposed to be about 11-page document, which I have to present in less than 10 slides because of time constraint. So maybe when you read the actual paper, you will be able to see more on it. But I think we need to begin to decide our own narrative rather than have somebody tell us our narrative. We have a problem, we should find a way to solve it. And people living upstream and downstream, we should stop talking across and talk to each other. Let's discuss. You have a problem, I also have a problem. I think you are taking water from me, I want also water. So you, by the time you get an arbitrary, somebody who is not directly concerned to arbitrate, you will find that the solution has always been there. But because you are busy trying to stop each other, you miss the point. So I think it is, and again, I'm sorry, sometimes we need to keep our politicians aside if we want to be truthful. What they appeal to our emotions half of the time, rather than to facts. Because I remember the person who stopped the national water bill, when he crossed to another to the other party, he now became the champion of the same thing. But he had already caused the damage. And I keep asking, have you read the document? They have not. So I'm sorry, it's a debate, something we need to talk more among ourselves. We don't have enough time here, but
maybe we'll organize another seminar or conference on that one in particular, so that we have more time. Thank you. Second speaker, please. Your response.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. The question to me is regarding the interbasin water transfer. What LCBC is doing to revitalize the lake itself? Yeah, interbasin water transfer is one of the key projects in the LCBC as decided by the summit of the head of state, especially at the Abuja conference in 2018. Yeah. Yes, according to the study carried out, yes, water transfer is possible, but by improving the hydraulic capacity of the major tributary of the lake, those are the Chari Logon, the Komadugu Yobe, we can gain maybe 1 meter into the lake. And this is what LCBC now is doing to carry out in-depth study to improve hydraulic capacity of the major tributary of the lake. Those are the Chari Logon and the Komadugu Yobe. And we have just in just April signed an agreement, a grant agreement of the African Development Bank to carry out those studies in improving the hydraulic capacity of the Chari Logon, either by river bank control, either by dredging. The study will tell us what to do the best to improve the hydraulic capacity of the major tributary of the, and also how can we set a program on managing the lake itself. And also proper implementation of the water charter. Because any member country are not right to carry out project, either dam construction, either irrigation scheme, anyhow on the lake. They have to follow those policy binding documents. These are the water charter. Before you carry out any project, you have to send all the documents related to the project to the LCBC and share it with other member countries.
Let's move on.
Yeah. So the second question is LCBC, the intervention of the LCBC within the riparian state. Yes, LCB is still doing those intervention. If I can see the MCRP project, multi-sectoral crisis recovery project, PROLAC project, recovery and development project that come under the LCBC. Donc, but they are implemented within the bi-state. Maybe Bauchi is not part of the bi-state, but I know Borno, Adamawa, Yobe, those are the states benefiting for those projects that fall within the regional stabilization strategy of the lake. There are also other benefits at the federal level, like capacity building. Yeah. It does not has to go to the state, but at the federal level, assistance to in terms of equipment for monitoring hydrological equipment, for instance, that will be set within the basins. So you see right now but the data collected can benefit to all the country.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir, for
The third speaker, please. Please be very, very brief because there are 3 others waiting.
Yes,
please
sir.
be
But
very brief.
bulk of those questions are tailored to me,
Don't
directed
worry.
to me.
But
But
no,
just like
let me guide you.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me guide you.
Yes, sir.
Questions were raised on, for example, what is the criteria for determining what is a large dam?
Okay, sir.
Just say what you want to say there
Okay, sir.
quickly.
Okay, sir. In respect to that question, you will see the topic there. The letter sent to me when inviting me, they said big dam. Just like what we asked.
Please just say what
Good.
is what
So,
what
the
constitutes
one
a
that
large
added
dam.
Large dam. It's supposed to be large dam. So dams are categorized small dam, medium dam, then large dam. From let's say 3 meters or 5 meters to about 15 meters is small dam. In height, that is from the toe to the crest level.
Is
of the
it?
embankment.
Are you talking in terms of the structure of the dam or the storage?
No, you know,
Volume.
see, that is the way we, it's not the reservoir capacity we use to say it's a small dam, it's a medium dam, it's a large dam.
Okay.
You
It's
understand?
the structure.
It is the height. Like Kanji Dam is 64 meters.
That's
Kanji
the
Dam
value
is
of the
64 meters. Will you tell me Kanji Dam is a small dam? It's a large dam. So a small dam is between a maximum of 15 meters. That category is a small dam. From 16, like Kagoro Dam, 16.
Okay.
50 is a medium. It's a medium dam. Anything from 50 meters above, that is why I'm saying Kanji is already a large dam, 64 meters.
Okay, no problem.
that one is answered.
Go to the first question,
Okay,
which
the
is
first-
on the issue of the right of downstream stakeholders.
Okay, they have right, sir. They have right. That is why he was asking, somebody mentioned the environmental impact assessment.
Yeah.
All these things are captured. I prepared for 34 pages, reduced to maybe 15 or so. All the questions you are asking, they are
Okay.
answered there.
Briefly.
So, but for the right, they have equal right.
Okay,
You
briefly,
upstream,
your
you
paper-
downstream,
The title of your paper is Construction and Diversion.
and diversion.
Just say something about the diversion, which you
Good,
didn't cover.
Yes, you know, I showed the natural occurring river. There are 2 types of rivers we consider when we want to do dam construction. It's either it's a perennial river without base flow when there's no river, or it is a perennial river with a base flow when there's dryness, no distance. Like the one I'm handling is a perennial river. All the Kanji dams, all those things, the rivers are perennial. So there's no way you want to construct that you not divert. And what is diversion? The word is very simple.
Okay.
Taking away the water from its natural course, because you want to dam. You are diverting the water to somewhere, and that is what we call coffer dam. Coffer dam. You have to create a coffer dam before you can dam the river like River Nile, river like River Nanja, Benue. You have to divert. So no
Okay.
diversion, no dam
Okay,
construction.
we understand where you are heading to.
Okay, sir. So the next question.
The next question
The
is
bottom outlet.
Bottom outlet
Yes.
and the sludge
So
control.
one of my daddies there said there's an introduction. All these things are captured in my main body. Even the environmental impact assessment. Ministry of Environment will not allow you to go and do any construction without environmental and social impact assessment.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I have explained that. Then the next question is return period.
No, please don't worry about that one.
Uh-huh.
I think we're okay with this.
Bottom
May,
outlet. You
may
are
I?
asking about bottom outlet.
Oh, you are talking of return period.
No, it goes to the bottom
No,
outlet.
bottom period, is it the same as, return period, is it the same as bottom
No.
outlet?
You see, you consider the return period of a river. I told you, rational formula. All these formulas are important. If you don't know the peak flood of a river and you are constructing dam, you are just endangering the community. That is what is happening in my
I
book.
thought siltation is something to do with sedimentation.
No, sir. You see, what we are talking about, the bottom period, the bottom outlet has a lot of advantages in dam. And that's where designers, somebody said that all the designs are correct. Many designs are wrong. Many designs are wrong. I said, Ora, they had problem. It's because of that bottom outlet, Osun State lost billions of naira.
Please tell us what's the mechanism for how that thing works.
Okay, good. When you are called as a designer or a dam constructor, you must study the river first. Studying the river, you must know the peak discharge of that river. You must determine that. Once you didn't get the peak discharge of the river, you went and designed a dam, that dam is likely to fail with all other considerations. Mess.
Sir.
You know the
Okay,
reasons.
it's all right. Thank you, sir.
Maiduguri now.
Please, I want us to move to the next presentations. Thank you very much for
What
the
happened
contributions.
in Maiduguri, another 30 years might
Thank you very much for the presentations. We are very, very happy for the presentations, and we have been educated. And I hope we will have quite a number of takeaways that we can use in our own places of assignment. Please, paper number 4, please. We have 3 more papers, and it's already 4:30.
Sorry. No, it is very, very important what I want to say. Because in the presentation, it was mentioned that there was wrong design on Lagdo Dam. Lagdo Dam, it is in Cameroon. No. What? You mentioned Lagdo Dam. That was, no, let me explain. It is what I want to call the attention of Nigeria. It is good to say it. You take Lagdo Dam, the history of Benue in Cameroon, from 1930 up to date, the maximum discharge that is coming into Nigeria is less than 5,000 cubic meters. You get it? But at Makurdi, which is close to the outlet of River Benue, you are having more than close to 19,000 cubic meters. What I want to call the attention is that maximum of water is drained internally. We have to do much in terms of dams. We have many tributaries between the border of Cameroon up to Lokoja, which is very, very important. And we have started with Kashembila Dam, which is one. We have Dadinkowa and Kiri, and I think I'm calling just the attention. It is we have to do more. There's so much resources that is inside. Thank you very much. I'm from NBA, Niger Basin Authority.
Worthwhile few minutes, because what he's saying is that there is internal contribution onto the Benue in addition to what comes from Cameroon. Is that what you are saying? So we have to do more to control the flooding within our territory, not relying on Lagdo Dam. Thank you very much. Please, fourth presenter, Ahmed Yahya Habibu, are you ready? Please, you see we have lost a lot of time. Not that we have lost a lot of time. We have used time more than what we should have. But please be very fast so that we give opportunity to other 2 presenters. Thank you.
Oh, okay. My name is Ahmed Yahya from ABU Zaria. I'm happy that the last presenter have said a lot about dams, importance of water, importance of the purpose of constructing dams. But I'll go straight to the purpose of this paper is on assessment, to assess the current parametric characteristics of Zaria Dam. That is my study area. I think one of the contributions that I had here is on the monitoring. We construct dams, but monitoring of it is another thing. So that's why I feel, let me just do 1 or 2 things on the monitoring aspect of it. There were some papers I wrote on sedimentation of Zaria dams using HMS models. But this one is just to assess the parameter of the dam after some years of constructions. This is the study area. Okay, these are the parameter of the dam at initial design. We can see it was constructed in 1974, purpose irrigation and water supply. and capacity, the height, the surface area of the dam, length of crest, and this the discharge. Here we can see the surface of the lake at maximum flood water level. We can see it here. So the method started with site visitation and reconnaissance survey. The dam, the area was actually inspected to see what are the things around, the agricultural activities that are taking place in the area, the other buildings, like because there were some industrial companies, activities that are taking place there. Then we used locally made canoe to be transported to the area where we took the height and width of the dam at gauge station. And the gauge station, it was at the where the wire was constructed across the dam. Then the current meter was also used to take the discharge value. Then surface area of the dam was also measured using aerial image, using Google Earth. This is the version. The elevation of the dam were also obtained from this Global Data Explorer. The design characteristics of the dam was also obtained from the Ministry of Water Resources. The land used land cover because it's also part of the things that we need. It was also obtained using remote sensing from the remote sensing data, exercise. Then the imageries were also obtained from this Landsat 4.5 thermic mapper and the Landsat 7. So this is the result. After carrying out the remote sensing on land cover, we found out that this is the percentage of the water, 3.67, bare land 12.15, vegetation around the area 31.66, the building around the area is 22.72, and the agricultural activities that are taking place 29.80. So what this thing is telling us is the vegetation and agricultural activities, if we look at it, has larger percentage of the area, which means there may be tendencies where sediments are being transported from those areas to the dam, and that may likely result to the sedimentation of the dam. And in future, we know what may likely happen. It can fail, and the reservoir capacity will definitely reduce. And what we also observe around the area is at the peak of dry season, there used to be crisis among the water users. Sometimes the dam has to be recharged from another area, we call it Kuzuntu Dam, for the water users to be able to have water for irrigation, and the Community Water Corporation to also have water to process for domestic drinking and domestic purposes. Then, after carrying out the exercise, and these are our findings. Previous design parameters are there, and this is our findings. There's something that I missed to say. In 2022, there was a research or investigation that was conducted by Pacman Nigeria Limited, where it was discovered that about 54% of the dam or reservoir capacity was lost. So, and that is a very terrible thing. Then there was also another research that was carried out in the same area by one Kudomia, I think 2013. And it was also discovered that in every year, 0.5% of the reservoir capacity is lost due to what? Sedimentation. So then now after conducting this particular exercise, and these are our findings, we discovered that the dam's capacity has been reduced from 16 million cubic meters to now 3.5 million cubic meters. Then the height of the dam has also been reduced, sedimentation. Then the surface area of the dam, we can see it. Length of crest, height of crest, length of spillway of the spillway remains unchanged because there are structures constructed in the dam. Then the maximum discharge capacity of the dam has also been reduced from 707.9 cubic meter per second to 542.8 cubic meter per second. These are the results that we found after carrying out this particular exercise. So these are the images of the dam that we found, that we obtained for the year 1982, year 1993, year 2002, and year 2024. You can see that the area is reducing. I mean, it's increasing from 4.2 to 4.7, 5.53, 5.62, which means as the dam is getting silted, the height is being reduced and the water is being exactly. So that is just what it means. Conclusion. It has been discovered that the large percentage of agriculture, which is 61.46%, and industrialization, which is 22.72%, accelerate the delivery of sediment and other pollutant from the watershed to the dam, which causes the capacity of the dam to reduce from 16 million cubic meter to 3.5 million cubic meter, about 22%. The drainage area of the dam length of crest has been also reduced from the design, respectively, while other parameters such as earlier shown. Then the surface area of the dam have also been increased as the depth also decreases from 1982 to depth, respectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that quick and
then sorry, I have recommendations here that I itemize. Good quality data collection should always be encouraged using modern technological advancement in addition to the traditional ones that is being used. Then at the current storage capacity of the dam, which is 22.2%, the dredging of the dam is very, very necessary. Is very, very necessary. Then the sediment retention basin should be constructed on the various subcatchments of the dam basin so as to trap and localize sediment from distances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 5, that's Evaristo. Are you there? Institutions and governance for agricultural water management for resilient food systems. Jamila.
Okay.
Jamila.
No? Forward. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. And I think thanks to the last presenter, he made it just in 10 minutes. So I'll try to go as fast as well, given the time. I'm with International Water Management Institute, and we wrote, it's part of a book chapter that we contributed with my colleague, Gracious. And then I will not spend a lot of time to describe how we organized our presentation, setting the context, why institutions and governance for irrigation, and beyond Ostrom's institutional design, and then looking at discussion and conclusion. And maybe before I go into my the introduction, I just wanted to start off by reflecting, if you don't understand anything about this presentation, the main message is that irrigation is not about pipes, canals, or dams. And for us, we see irrigation as being about people. And it is only about pipes, canals, and dams, only as far as pipes and canals can serve the needs of people. Here we're looking at poor women and men. And the reason why we are saying is that as people who are involved in different aspects of providing irrigation, our main interest should be on the users. What are their interests? And for most of the schemes, if you see the success rate, it has been very low. Part of it is the issue that we are not talking about. We're actually not speaking to the people, the users who are supposed to be benefiting from that. So my presentation talks about the institutions. How do we ensure that, having spent a lot of money on infrastructure, that infrastructure is used sustainably? So that's the main message of my my presentation, that what we are doing is we are interested in impact. Yes, the dams might be very nice, but we want to make sure that it's not dams for the sake of dams, but what we are looking at, how do we ensure that people benefit from those investments and they also protect and manage them sustainably. And then I will not spend a lot of time on the context. I think we have already heard about the climate change context, that irrigation is one of the mechanisms which not even a choice. I think in one sector, in one session, it was even mentioned that it's actually not a choice. It's the way we have. But what is also interesting, I wanted to make a comment about, for instance, the Ukraine food crisis in Africa. You see the African Union and African leaders sending a delegation to try and talk with Putin to say, we are starving, can you release food from Ukraine? But Ukraine is a very small country, and it's a very big continent. So what I'm saying is that we also need to start rethinking and reframing and changing the practice of irrigation in Africa. Because it's quite embarrassing that with all these that we have, you go to a small country to say, can you help us, we are dying. So I know the African Union vision on irrigated agriculture, but what we also need to do is that sometimes I think that in Africa we have a poverty of ideas and strategies, and we also lack the courage to implement what we should be doing. And if we keep on repeating maybe the same things that are producing food insecurity, we actually need to do something about that. I think as a continent and even as people involved in irrigation, we need to make sure that we have the expertise as good as maybe the other countries, but why is it we are not seeing a difference on the ground? Here, this is part of our sort of organizational strategy where we have mapped on why, what are the key water challenges within developing countries. And I will not go into this, but you're already looking at 3.2 people facing hunger, and maybe just to highlight that 72% of our water globally is actually used for agriculture. So that's where we have an opportunity to make major changes and major benefits. So I will not address the others, I think, in the interest of time. And then I'll just go on to, for institutions, basically what we are talking about institutions, these are structures and mechanisms for social order and cooperation that govern the behavior of individuals within a given irrigated landscape, community, rules of the game. I'm focusing on irrigation, but these apply at basin level. They also transboundary governance level as well. And for governance, I'm just talking about policies, institutions, processes that regulate the use, distribution, and conservation of water resources. And I wanted to make sure that, because we talk a lot about water scarcity in Africa, but there's two dimensions. It's either physical water scarcity, where we do not have the resource, and there's economic scarcity, where you have the resource, but you don't have the means to make use of those resources. So these are two distinctions that when you are talking about it, we need to make sure that we're very clear about what we are talking about, because in a number of African countries, some of them, the majority is more of economic scarcity. You have the resource, but you don't have resources to use it. I'll quickly some of the things that we need to look at, why it is important for us to have institutions which are functional, because we are losing a lot of money that we are investing, but then there is somebody was mentioning that we don't have a culture of maintenance. It's specifically because we're not addressing institutional issues. For example, we need to make sure that we have clearly defined boundaries in terms of users, whether it's an irrigation scheme or so. And then we also need to have rules and regulations, and these have to meet local conditions. In most cases for our irrigation schemes, most of the rules are determined at federal level, and then you instruct all the other levels to take the bylaws which govern that. I will not spend a lot of time. I would have a collective choice. We need participation in decision making. In most cases, you hear most of the even irrigation engineers saying that we need to teach the people the value of water. Most of those people, they know what it means, because if they don't have water, they're going to starve. How do we also build upon what they know? How have we been managing water? And it also implies, even in terms of effective local monitoring mechanisms, is irrigators must be able to police themselves to avoid top-down schemes. The reason is that if they don't do that, maybe you come once in a while, so it means what happens at the times that you are away. And then we also look at a scale of graduated sanctions. And this is for the local community to say that for anyone who violates our rules, this is what we are going to, these are going to be the fines, rather than determining them centrally. I remember even for some of our case studies, these are built around 7 sub-Saharan case studies that our institute is involved in. Maybe just to cite, for example, from Ethiopia, they have what they call the water abat, or the water fathers, which they have been managing some informal irrigation schemes, but because as government, we now have something formal. That doesn't exist, and then we create rules which try to undermine existing institutions. So we need self-determination determination of the community, and also nested institutions. For nested institutions, what we are saying is that if they organize an irrigation scheme, how does it connect into your watershed and into other levels, national, transboundary levels as well? And then this is just to say that for us, if you're talking about a critical institutional analysis, you are looking at going beyond the biophysical. Yes, the infrastructure is good. It's necessary, but we need to address other social attributes, rules, norms within that context so that our infrastructure is sustainable. And then I'll quickly just go to the discussion in the interest of time. How many?
5.
5 minutes, okay. Yeah, I think I should be fine with 5. Maybe socio-technical innovation solutions, we are saying that yes, irrigation is about infrastructure. It is an important part of it, but how do we ensure that we address it within the social context so that we have sustainability? And then also looking at the people who are marginalized, that they also benefit. The disasters, the climatic changes is impacting everyone, and those with least means should also be part of that, and nothing about them without them. The youth also need to be part of the conversation, and most of the people, when they talk about even developing infrastructure, they talk of the youth as if they will exist in the future. They are existing now, and you need to make sure you incorporate their input. We also need to look at co-designing of technological water management solutions for better sustainability. If people are involved right from the beginning, we then also have sustainable, and we need to be holistic in terms of bringing other sectors and other departments, incorporating informal water use associations, for example. There's quite a lot that we need to do about that. And then I'll quickly then say, okay, this is just to say, it's the analogy that I see about the irrigation schemes, that sometimes we almost look at local knowledge systems to say, no, I'm the one who knows how to run the model. But the communities, they've lived with the water, they have their own practices, their observations. So Einstein says that if you, for a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exams, please climb that tree. But you see, these animals are all different. They have their own uniqueness. But if you force everyone to do the same thing, you actually undermining the fact that everyone is a genius. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing it is stupid. And then, just in conclusion, we need to integrate water management with agricultural and environmental sustainability goals. We need to look at the importance of inclusive governance that involves marginalized groups. I think most of us, with our expertise, we tend to not understand what is happening at the local level. This reminds me of what was happening within the French Revolution. I think somebody says, I participate, he participates, she participates, and we participate, and in the end, they are going to rule. So even for farmers, we need to consult them so that the decisions that we are talking about are actually including the local communities in terms of involvement and deciding on institutions, citizen science, and there's nothing like technical and which is politically neutral. So we need to make sure also political decision makers are involved and there's political weakness. So we need to move beyond participatory irrigation theory and put this into practice. I think we have done a lot of talking, but let's see the change on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Also, exactly 10 minutes. We thank you very much for that. So we take the last presentation. Jamila, are you ready? Please, this is not listed in the book, but at least we want to give her the opportunity. She missed it yesterday. So she is going to talk to us on the impact of smart irrigation on water conservation and management, a review. So quickly do a review and then we move on. Remember that this room is going to be taken over by the next session in 15 minutes time, 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jamila Aliu from IAR ABU Zaria. I will be presenting a paper on impact of smart irrigation on water resource management and irrigation sustainability, a review. So, as we all know, our population has increased over the recent time, and this increase in population will definitely demand more food. And because of the climate variability affected rainfall, there's need, and this has also affected our ability to produce more food. So there's need to augment this rainfall by irrigation. And the system of irrigation. It is a system whereby the field is flooded with rain, leading to inefficiency in irrigation. This inefficiency can be either over irrigation or under irrigation. And this inefficiency has led to the development of precision irrigation or smart irrigation, which uses smart technologies and innovation in order to make sure that plants, the amount of water applied to crop is dependent on the specific requirements of that crop. And we have irrigation and precision technology such as the Internet of Things. We have sensors and we have data analytics. So all this helps to deliver the exact amount of water required to the plant. Hence, this review seeks to create an awareness on the importance of smart irrigation, on crop production, preventing water scarcity, while evaluating the different irrigation methods and technology in monitoring environmental issues. So the climate, the smart irrigation technologies, we have the drip irrigation. This is a system of irrigation where water is delivered directly to the root through a system of pipes and emitters. So some of the innovations we have in this kind of irrigation, we have the pressure compensating emitters. This ensures that water is delivered irrespective of the surface of the soil, whether it is hilly or slopey at a particular pressure. Then we have the subsurface drip irrigation method, whereby water is delivered directly to the roots of the crops. Then we have the smart drip irrigation system, which integrates the Internet of Things, the sensors, and the controller in order to ensure precise amount of water to the crops. Then we have the drip fertigation, where the irrigation water is mixed with fertilizer in order to enhance the nutrient for the crop uptake. Then we have the sprinkler. The sprinkler is this set of pipes so as to simulate rainfall while at the crop and soil requirements of that particular crop. Then we have some of the innovations. We have the weather-based controllers, which uses data from the temperature data, rainfall data, and humidity data, predict the amount of water that the crop is going to require. Then we have the subsurface irrigation. These are pipes that are buried under the ground that ensures the delivery of water straight to the root zone. And these are some of the advances in the subsurface irrigation method. Then we have the components of this smart irrigation. We have the sensor. This sensor provides real-time data on soil moisture, weather condition, and plant health. The soil moisture, it measures the amount of water, soil moisture in the soil at different depths. Then it aims to ensure optimum irrigation. And the weather sensor, it uses weather parameters. It uses weather parameters and it helps in adjusting the irrigation scheduling for that particular crop. Then we have the plant health sensor that uses parameters like the chlorophyll content and then the leaf temperature to give an insight into the moisture, water status, and the overall health of the crop. Then we have the Internet of Things. This is a device that gathers information from the field and transmits it to a central control system, which analyzes it and predicts the amount of water or moisture requirement of that particular plant. So this system uses a set of technologies such as the 5G network to ensure efficient data transmission.
5 minutes, please.
So we have the data analytics, more like the predictive modeling. So it's like a machine learning algorithm that identifies patterns. It's collected from the collected data. It identifies patterns and makes prediction on the amount of water requirement for a particular crop. Now we have some of the impact of smart irrigation and water conservation. So we have like the improper scheduling can lead to over or underwatering of a particular crop. So using these smart technologies, we are sure of optimizing processes and provide optimal water delivery and reduce water waste. So we have some of the case studies, like for instance, there's this so there's an experiment in the Philippines whereby the Internet of a Thing-based technologies was used, and it was observed that reduces water loss by 18.9%, improving the plant height and the leaf count. So some of the challenges of using this technology is, one, the high cost of establishing this technology, because most of our farmers are resource poor and they cannot afford the resources to establish this kind of research. So some of the solution to this is that the government needs to subsidize these technologies for them, so as they can able to engage in this kind of practices. They will have the technological limit. Most of these technologies are very complex, and most of our farmers lack the technological skill. So hence, there's need to enlighten them so that they can be able to adopt this technology. Then we have the awareness, creating awareness and adoption. So sometimes we have weak extension linkages that find it very difficult to go to the farmers and sell this kind of technologies to them. So please, they need proper training, and then so that to bridge the knowledge gap. They will have specific issues that are related to some geographical regions. But in Africa, the problem of land tenure system makes it very difficult for us to adopt this kind of technologies. So in conclusion, climate technology is crucial for water conservation, and it also helps in overcoming environmental water scarcity, and also it helps to improve the environment by preventing some environmental degradation like salinity and solidity. So then there's need for government to establish a policy that will support this kind of technology, train farmers on the use of smart irrigation, and also provide affordable tech solution for adoption of these technologies. So these are some of the materials I consulted. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Mine is on the dam. There is need for us to emphasize on regular dam maintenance, and for us, what we found out is good dam monitoring process. If you don't monitor, you won't know where the problem is. And we could see the case of a dam that was having 16 million cubic capacity and reduced to less than 4. And if that study has been done timely enough, probably actions will have been taken. The issue of penstock pipe for silt removal, which was emphasized the other time. Or Guashuku Dam, for instance, in my area, the presenter then didn't explain much on that. Basically, what that one does.
Go straight to the question.
Yes, basically, it's just a contribution. Basically, what the silting pipe does, there are 4 pipes for water supply, hydropower supply, and the rest. Then you now have one that is designated as the silting pipe. It's located at the lowest point. It's located as the lowest point close to the depth storage point of the dam, and is to be operated when you have that information that there are silt deposit, and once you open it, it's not giving you water, it's going to force this deposited silt under good pressure and push them out. Then you can harvest at the downstream end to pack them out. I think that's the basic work it does. And the question was out there. I think he didn't attend to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My is an observation, more than a question. For the last speaker, the last person who talked about smart irrigation. One, this review, we don't know what kind of review. Is it a literature review or a systematic review? He's not, because you need to have a methodology, how you come about it. That's one. Two, in the components of smart systems, he added an IoT. An IoT is not a component of a smart irrigation system. It is a type of technology used to achieve smart irrigation. One of the type of technology used to. So I think that should be noted so that he can, it's not a component of a smart. It's one of the type of technology used.
Thank you very much for educating us, and I think the writer or the writers should take note of that. Number 3.
Good evening all. My name is Aminu Tukur. I'm a geologist. I'm also the permanent secretary, Katsina State Ministry of Water Resources. I just have a general comment, and the comment goes to, I think, all of us. You see, we, the people in this room, we consider ourselves the professionals. So we look at things in a certain perspective, while the politicians, who at one time or the other, or almost always, become our CEOs, look at things in another perspective. So it is up to us to look, to kind of key into the way they think and align the programs, our ideas, with theirs, in order to get what we think we are going to get as have a positive result. Because I have gone around some rooms, and the issue of politics also almost always comes up. I've said this during the last water conference, water quality conference, and I'm saying it again here. So let us find ways of working together with these people. It is up to us. We can make it, or we can destroy it. Thank you very much.
Shouldn't close. Carry on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. Please, my own is not a question, it's a contribution to what happens when it's not around. Okay, my name is Rabi Suleiman Bichi. Currently, I'm the Managing Director at the Jama Urban Development Authority. I took over from my chairman. And also, another aspect is, I've heard people talking about politics and politicians. I'm a politician, a practicing politician. So that's why I want to make contribution on what people are saying about politics. Politicians are not, we are the same. We are only on the other side. I was a civil servant for 15 or 17 years, became a politician, go back to business, came back a politician. I'm a quantity surveyor by profession. I finished ABU 1986. So I'm saying that politicians are human beings as well. So saying that about the generation of collection of data, I believe we can do it ourselves, and we must do it ourselves. And not only a collection of data or the generation of technology. Nobody stops anybody from doing that. I used to tell our people that our engineers, I'm surprised that up to now, our great-great-grandfathers who invented a hoe, our indigenous engineers have not improved on that. And nobody stops us from doing that. If we want to collect data ourselves, nobody will stop us from doing that. Because when we were constructing IPP power in Kano, I think we were the MD there, we had to consult JICA, NASA, so many of these agencies that are supplying data. So what stops us from starting? Because all professions start as a guild. They started as a guild. No, government didn't ask them to do that. If this African, other engineer like NSC, Korean, and so on, if they decide to do it, nobody will stop them. But what happens is we abandon our profession and they become politicians as well. Because when we go to our various places now. We will not be talking of inventions, new focus, and we don't. We also talk of politics. We forget about our profession and start discussing politics all the time. We are more interested in politics than our profession. And you see, there's a great saying which says, if you want to predict your future, create it yourself. If our future is to collect, to indigenize technology, then we have to do it ourselves. The best way to predict your future is to create it yourself. So for us professionals, I think we have to look at this saying, that if we want to be indigenous in whatever we do, we have to do it ourselves. Nobody will stop us, no politician, whatever will stop us from doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that contribution. I don't know whether there was a question during the... Was there any question that needs to be answered? Or we just take note of the comments? I've just been asked to announce that the tea break has just started. So I think we can naturally close at this point and then attend to the tea break. And then thereafter, the new session will start after the tea break. Or does any of the presenters want to say something about the comments? Okay. So thank you very much for your cooperation, and thank you very much for your patience to listen to this presentation. But I believe that we shall have some takeaways from this presentation. Thank you very much for giving us the cooperation. Good.
So, do you hear me? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So, I will cut my audio.
Pardon? The people are not here. Okay. What's the topic? What's his name? Sir?
Yes, my name is Keita, Amadou Keita.
Okay. Yeah, okay. We'll be ready for you, but the participants just went on break. They will be back.
Okay.
So, when they
I
come,
know. I was here.
When they
I
come
was here
back,
in the previous
because we're going
session.
to take it, one after the other. When it gets your turn, we'll ask you to whether you'll be connected.
Good. I will be online anyway because I was following the previous sessions.
It's okay because
as
they
well.
just finished a session and went on a short break. So when they come back, we'll start. There will be two. There will be about two presenters or so before you.
Okay.
They will now connect you.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's all right.
Mm-mm.
So, Chief.
So I
we'll connect him
cut
when
my
he gets
video.
his turn.
I will shut down my video and my sound.
It's
waiting.
It's all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
I was here. I wanted to stop, but I can't. I've been in the hall for the conference hall for ICT. Because we have to do a meeting, they need to see the young professionals. Diamond, madam. Hygiene and Appropriate Technology. Okay, she's coming, right? Okay. Sorry, we are just waiting for the rapporteur, then we'll start. I think we have a sizable number already. Yeah, okay, she's here. Rapporteur, is you we are waiting for? Yeah. Right, sit down there now. Okay, you want to sit at the corner? Okay, good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is obvious that the day is well spent. We should all be very wary now, but this is a task that has to be done. My name is Engineer Sam Ochai, immediate past Executive Director of Greek Services, Lower Benue River Basin Development Authority, and an executive member of NINSEED, precisely North Central Coordinator for NINSEED. I welcome you all once more. The sub-team for this session is Emerging and Appropriate Technology and Innovation. And in this session, we are going to have 4 presentations. The day, like I said, is fast, but we're about 40 minutes behind schedule. So I think we need to make these presentations very smart and fast. Ordinarily, we would have given 15 minutes, but because of the time limitations we have now, we'll do our presentation within 10 minutes. And I think we'll be able to round up. So the first presentation we are going to take will be by Halilu Nasiru and Habibu Ismail. And I'm made to understand that it's Mr. Habibu that will be making that presentation. And it's on a development of empirical model for prediction of sediment transport rate. There are no titles here. I don't know whether you're a professor or a doctor. So, You're a doctor, huh? Well done.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to present our work on development and application of empirical model for prediction of sediment transport rates in agricultural watercourses. Sediment transport in agricultural watercourses poses environmental, economic, and social challenges. These are some of the challenges as a result of sediment in our agricultural watercourse that we do experience. And we know that the excessive sedimentation, part of the effect reduces water storage capacity. It also increases maintenance costs because you have to take care of the maintenance also as a result of the infestation of the sedimentation. And it also alters aquatic habitats. Agricultural water courses are vital for irrigation, livestock, and aquatic life, and at the same time are vulnerable to sedimentation. And this is simply due to tillage, crop harvesting, and livestock grazing. These are some of the reasons why we do have vulnerability of these water courses. There are existing models which are being used actually for predicting sediment transport, but these existing models require extensive data, which make them impractical for widespread of use, especially in the developing countries like Nigeria. So the objectives of this research, one is to develop an empirical model that could be used to predict sediment transport rates in our agricultural water courses, and integrate key factors such as flow characteristics, the flow velocity, as well as the depth of the water course, the sediment properties, which includes the size and the density, as well as the geometry of the channel, which comprises slope and roughness. That's the surface of the water course. And then to validate the model, after developing the model using field observation data. And lastly, to provide a practical tool for the improvement of water resources management. So in order to develop the model, we correlate the stream velocity using an existing equation developed by DeVos in 1879, a very popular equation to estimate the stream velocity using a shear model concept. And then we used a linear regression for sediment transport to predict the sediment. For the data, temporarily checked dams built at two gully affected points as shown in figure 1. So we developed 2 points. Sorry. Okay, pointer is not working. So in figure 1, which is the damming along the stream channel, this is the stream channel. We had 2 points, point 1 and 2. So the 2 points were used to check and measure the sediment. Point 1, increased upstream pressure, which was controlled using a spillway to increase the pressure of the movement of the water. And at point 2, a gradual dam opening was employed to monitor the velocity of flow as well as the depth of the flow of the water through the water course. And the flow velocity was simply measured using the popular floating method. So to determine the shear stress and the transport sediments, we use the equation tau equals to YDS, and then the depth of the flow was measured using stadia rod. The width of the water course was measured using a measuring tape, and then the slope was was determined or measured simply using GPS and calorimeter. The sediment transport threshold from the DeVos equation was correlated with the measured stream velocity using a linear regression graph. So the variables that were used we measured. So the model was expected towards the linear format. So after developing the model, so the predicted values were compared with the device shear graph to validate the model. So these are some of the results, even though they are not very visible from the table. Different measurements were taken at different depths of water. Different slopes were also measured, as explained in the methodology. And these are some of the results of the sediment transport rate, as well as the velocities in meter per second. So the data was plotted, as shown in the graph, the sediment transport against the velocity of flow, where an empirical correlation or expression was developed, which is y equals to 0.0859x plus 0.9136. So after we developed the model using the graphical method, the flow velocity determines the stream's capacity to mobilize and transport sediment. The recorded velocities values range from 0.3 meters per second at spot 9, because we have series of spots that we measured the velocity, to a value of 1.51 meters per second. And the variations that we noticed from the velocities were influenced by slope and water depth. At spot 10, for example, we had 1.51 meters per second with a slope of 0.021 and at a depth of 0.16 meters. At spot 9, for example, also we have 0.23 meters per second, slope of 0.0056, as well as the depth of flow of 0.23 meters. And we have found out that higher velocities enhance sediment transport. When the velocity is higher, it actually enhances the transport of the sediment, while lower velocities cause sediment deposition. So this is these are the key variables: the sediment transport rate and stream velocity. So this is the empirical equation developed, which could be used in that particular water course to estimate the transport. So these are some of the results for evaluating the model. The model predictions compared with observed velocities, which were presented in table 2. We could see that the comparison of predicted and observed stream velocities, example, the sediment transport rate was 1.1 kilogram per second per meter against the 1.15 from the observed value. So we can see we have nearly 0% error when we compare it with the observed value. The same example or similar example with sediment transport rate that was obtained 2.1 as against 1.77. That's an error of about 2.26%. So we found out that there are minor discrepancies aligning with the hydrological model limitations. So these are also some results of the validation, because the model was validated using different set of
all of that. So I think it's a very, very important research. But we'll take the next paper before we have a discussion. Maybe we have 4 papers, we take 2, have discussion and questions and answers. We'll now take the next. So the next paper will be taken by Jeremy Mange and Adeolu Adesibi and the best. I don't know if any of the presenters is here. Sorry? Is any of the presenters here? Or the second one. That is assessment of groundwater potential using remote sensing, GIS basin in Taraba, Nigeria. Is the presenter here? Okay. Okay, Prof, maybe we'll take your paper before connecting this man online. I think. Because this person is not here. And that's what I'm saying. Prof is here. Let him take his own. Then we'll now take the online man. The other person, the other paper, not this one. There's a paper. We should take him. Okay, Prof. Prof, sorry, please. The general feeling is that we should take the man online. So please, can you connect him?
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Keita. You are welcome. We are ready for
thank
your
you
paper
very
now.
much.
We are ready for your paper now.
Okay.
As
Shall I? Okay, then I will share my screen. Do you see the screen? Please. Do you see my screen? Okay. So can I start, Mr. Chairman?
You can start. We are waiting.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you also to the attendants for the opportunity given to me here to present our work with the title Assessing Irrigated Garden Farmers' Needs Using the Innovative WASO Tool. We are a team. We have noticed from a previous study critical issue that